Wednesday racing program, and Wednesdays are for winning after all, with all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors. Be sure if you're joining us here on track to take part in that contest today. It is Racing Rachel's Warriors Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Weather-wise, well, this morning, Mother Nature certainly making her impact on today's racing program here at the track. We'll have an all-main track card. We're off the turf. Now, right now, cloudy skies. Temperatures will be throughout the afternoon around 70 degrees. The main track, sloppy as we get closer to kickoff. And again, we are off the turf course. So don't forget, we'll be eliminating, scratch that $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 with an all main track card. And in fact, the main track this morning was fast. It went to sloppy, and now we're muddy. So we do have some clearing skies, some pokes of the sunshine through the clouds here in Shelbyville. But with that said, for sure, an all main track card. And now the main track, as you see above me, will be rated good, rated muddy, pardon me, in advance of the 12 opener here today at 2:15. So we're about 42 minutes away from the first here of 9 at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Wednesday midweek card. We'll be back tomorrow just like today at 2:10, and don't forget an all quarter horse card coming up here on Saturday. So Racing Rachel just a bit under the weather, and speaking of weather, good segue right now here on the Wire to Wire pre-race show to head downtown. It was raining there this morning near the Gamebridge Fieldhouse. Of course, the Pacers beating the Knicks last night. A lot of people here at the track and casino celebrating their victory as they head back to New York, looking to clinch the Eastern Conference NBA playoffs. But Macy Tetrick, rain this morning. Right now, more clouds than sun. We've got a muddy main track. We've got a 2:10 opener. Macy, how are things looking for the rest of the afternoon? Down to you.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Good to see you this Wednesday. Once again, we are dealing with a little bit of rain passing through the area. However, the afternoon is looking a lot better than what we were looking like early this morning. Temperatures possibly a bit warmer than the last couple of days have been as well. We'll make it into the low 70s, and as we get there, some of the clouds will begin to clear and break away as we get into the evening. And that should lead into some mostly dry weather for Thursday. However, Thursday night into Friday, another round of rain is on the way as we end the week. Back to you, John.
Well, Macy, surprise not just back to me, but obviously feeling better and more spunkier. And Racing Rachel just came charging here to the set to say, let's go.
I got stuck upstairs. I'm here now. Let's do wire to wire.
All right. You just
so rain, which
all main track card. Yeah, we went from this
next week
fast to sloppy and now to muddy.
I know. Next week is supposed to be nice, and I can't wait. But look, now the sun's coming out, of course. And as Macy said, a little bit of rain, but we'll see what we can do here, find maybe some mudders.
Yeah, and she mentioned skies will be clearing as we go throughout the course of the afternoon with temperatures around 70 degrees. So hopefully, maybe we can even have an upgrade, even up from muddy, but we will see. An all main track card, that's for sure. Speaking of cards, yesterday here, the Tuesday racing program with 9 races here run on yesterday's card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A nice riding double for Mitchell Murrell, Tim Eggleston with a couple of winners, and also our friends with 514 Racing, thinking about, of course, Matt Kwiatkowski, Roger Browning. They had those winners on Tuesday's program as well, Rachel.
Yeah, so let's start first with Lil Jen in class in race 3, number 7. And boy, did she look good in the paddock. And she just, how many lengths do you think she won by?
Well, certainly started to widened on single her. Good effort by Shanghai Express. Tried to narrow the margin, but this is just, I mean, a great name, right? Lil Jen in class, and the class coming to the top here. Yeah, for sure. Shanghai Express getting into the exacta. Not for the catching, Lil Jen in class. Nice ride there by Mitchell Murrell. Stalk pounced and drew off to a nice win in 1:11.39.
And John just alluded to this one in race 5, number 4, Mr. Oklahoma.
Cool story.
Yeah, Roger Browning, one of the owners, said this horse sold late in the sale in Kentucky and wasn't getting a bid. Tim and owner Matt Kwiatkowski bid one time at $1,000 and got him. 3-year-old has earned more than $18,000.
Yeah, I mean, the hammer coming down for $1,000, and you just mentioned it, banking $18,000. Mr. Oklahoma, in fact, our marketing intern this season, Darbs Cullifer had a chance to go to the back of the track, checked in on Mr. Oklahoma, put that out on X for the track, of course, at HS Indy Racing. That was a cool video that Darbs had a chance to capture.
She does all kinds of cool videos.
Absolutely. Talking about that training double yesterday, too. Tim Eggleston and Mitchell Murrow with the riding double, and Mr. Oklahoma just I mean, you have an underdog like that, right?
Yeah.
A horse that hammer comes down, nobody wants to buy you.
It's such a
hammer
cool
comes down
story.
for $1,000, yeah, and it's banked $18K.
Yeah, definitely we'll be watching that horse. 1340 too. It wasn't a huge payoff, but it was a nice little upset. And B gave out the pick 5 yesterday as well. His ticket paid $655.
Yeah, Air Charger winning the first race, a nice $31 winner to kick that off. The single was, I think, Lil Gin in class. So B was rooting that horse home for Mitchell Murrow, and certainly Lil Gin in class got the job done. So a nice payoff in the 50-cent early pick 5. And of course, daily we feature 2 pick 5s here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, both with a low 11.99% takeout. We've got the $1 early pick 4 and the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Yesterday, I think it was 125 players took part in the Jockey's Agent contest. Of course, kind of retooled, but back in 2025. They've had it before, so says Racing Rachel, who certainly had more years than me here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But popular contest it's become, Jockey's Agent contest. But today, on track, it's the contest named for you, Racing
Yes,
Rachel.
yesterday in the Jocks winners, there was 3 winners with 23 points each. And Steve won the $100 drawing, so congratulations to him. And today you can play in Racing Rachel's Warriors. There's a weekly prize of $100 for first, $75 for second, and $25 for third. All the winners of the top handicappers from each week will play in the final, which is a big one, $2,000 and 2 seats to the NHC. Well, 1 or 2, I can't remember. But yeah, we definitely sign up. You can only play this one on track because of the way the final works. So head on down to the OTB, our first floor, and sign up at the program stand.
Caesars Day in the books, and of course, like today, an all-main track card for the 2025 Caesars Handicap and the Horseshoe Indianapolis that was run here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this month. Then we look forward, of course, to Indiana Derby, Indiana Oaks. As we get to the fall, we start talking about Indiana Champions Day, perhaps future champions here in the Hoosier State to be crowned for sure as we get late in the season and see who really steps up there in the fall to etch their name into the lore and history here of Horseshoe Indianapolis. But handicappers also certainly have been taking part in the Road to Champions Day contest, and of course that will conclude as we get to October.
Yes, and we're very excited to team up with 123 Gaming. Please go to the website to sign up. It is completely free. It's cumulative, so you'll get a little bit late of a start, but you can still play in our Road to Champions Day contest, roadtochampionsday.com.
roadtochampionsday.com, because normally, like for example, with Dooley's Legends on Mondays and that Jockey's Agent contest on Tuesday, Exactamundo Thursdays for not only on track but also online players at Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com. But of course, Road to Champions Day. That is a great contest, deserves its own separate website.
Yes, it does, especially because 123 Gaming runs that for us.
There you go. Speaking of
a little peek behind the curtain there.
Speaking of so exciting. Here last Friday, the 2025 Summer Concert Series at Horseshoe Indianapolis underway with that Journey tribute band Escape. They performed here on Friday, and hopefully fans will join us for the next one coming up here as part of that free Summer Concert Series at the Shoe.
Yes, next month Stella will be here, and a very nice local band we're very excited to have joining us. And before that, though, we're going to give away that Corvette at the end of the month. Can't wait to see who wins that. I think that's this Saturday.
Saturday, fast approaching. Of course, no live racing here on Friday. And in fact, before that drawing for that 2025 Hot Wheels, that Corvette. Hopefully you've had a chance to check it out like me. Walk over to that Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino, open 24/7. You can check out that 2025 Corvette Stingray, and that'll be given away this coming Saturday with the contest here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Stop by the casino to enter. One lucky Caesars Rewards player will win this, so be sure, if you haven't already, of course, so many of you are already Caesars Rewards members. One lucky Caesars Rewards player will win the 2025 Corvette Stingray Convertible 2LT here this coming Saturday. Again, stop by the casino, open 24/7 to enter, and of course, we'll kick off bright and early with an old quarter horse card here on Saturday at 10:45 a.m.
Yes, 10:45 a.m. And Martha is going to do a special video to explain all of the trials to you guys. But We are going to have a wonderful day of all quarter horse racing this Saturday on the 31st. Can't wait to see it's the first of all six all quarter horse days. And you can do quarter 4, courtesy of the QHRAI. Plus, we have the QHRAI booth that has info and activities for the kids. $30,000 maiden stakes, $100,000 Harley Green, and the $82,000 Born and Earned Classic. Trials for the $132,000 Horseshoe Indianapolis Derby final. That will be on Thursday, June 19th.
Let's hope by Saturday night that the Pacers will be the Eastern champions and knock off the Knicks there at the Garden on Thursday night.
Can't wait.
Looking forward to that.
I hope they do that so that I can just rub. I think they pay Dubs extra to talk crap on FanDuel because every day, and he said something like Pacers or Knicks in 6 or something stupid. So when they beat the Knicks, knock on wood, I'm going to rub his Australian face in it.
The voice of the Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs, Travis Stone, was visiting town to watch
He's
his
a Knicks fan.
Knicks. He born and raised in upstate New York. I'm actually from one of the boroughs, Staten Island, New York. So, but a lot of
but you're an honorary
fans
Hoosier now.
I've been, thanks to Jeremiah Johnson, Pacers JJ. Somebody reached out. I think it was Papa Bees on X mentioning that to Travis. Mentioned John G. Dooley. Maybe you'll get to be seated right there on the court and have a seat upgrade. I mentioned not this borough guy. Just contact that Pacers JJ for any upgraded seat information. Cheers to our great sponsors here in 2025. Brown Forman, Tequila Erador, Breed Development. Also, Murphy Trailer Sales. They are the Winner's Circle sponsor each and every day here at the track. And of course, racing today, tomorrow, and that old quarter horse card on Saturday, as I mentioned. 12 races on Saturday. Mr. Don up here in the clubhouse wanted to know. So just to confirm, Don, that is 12 races on Saturday.
12 races, Don. Strap in, baby.
You can reach out to Murphy Trailer Sales. Don, terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. There's the number on your screen, 765-361-8803. Don, if you'd like to call them up on the rotary phone at home. Also, B&H Electric, don't forget about them. There you are, the sponsor of not only the starting gate, but also the tote board here at the track. They've got locations in town, also in Seymour, Bloomington. How's Bloomington? I've never been there.
You've never been to Bloomington?
Not yet.
We need to go down there. You'll love it. It's amazing.
Can we get
where IU is.
Can we take that 2025 Corvette?
Yeah, and that's where I ride horses down in Brown County is in Bloomington. So all those pictures of me at the Story Inn there in Brown County.
All right.
Gorgeous. We should go down there when it's fall. That's where everyone goes.
I like that.
And the leaves change.
Pumpkins and all that.
Yep, we'll take a drive down. I'll drive this time.
All right, that sounds like a date. Hubler Ford. Maybe Rachel will be taking us in one of these brand new trucks. Indiana's giant Hubler.
There it is. They look good wet.
A couple of them, of course, nice and they got the Mother Nature car wash here this morning. The car wash here at the track. Of course, you have a chance to check them out. I see people during the course of the day, they go up, they look at that sticker price. They want to see how much is it going to cost. So there it is. Indiana's giant Hubler. Cheers to them. Locations in town and in Franklin. That's if you can get to Shelbyville. Here, there's been a lot of traffic.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Tim's walking down the hallway telling us I can't go to Wendy's. What kind of travesty is this? And then on the way home, they've dug out 9 completely. I can't even make it home.
Don was mentioning that here. Security up in the clubhouse. I
mean, literally the roads here, they've dug out into the earth.
I have not been back to Shelbyville since they closed down that B-dubs that we went to.
Oh, I know.
I'm boycotting.
I'm with you, brother.
Cool little city right here in central Indiana. And of course,
heck yes.
Horseshoe Indianapolis. We love being here at the track with a 9-race card, all main track card, main track muddy. Again, clouds, some sun, temperature-wise in the 70s. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. If you'd like to reach out to us, you certainly can. At John G. Dooley. Don't hold being born and raised in New York against me, of course.
Yeah, we'll
rooting on the
forgive you.
Pacers, going back to the Garden this week. Racing Rachel, there she is on X at Racing Rachel M. What happened? Instagram was scratched. That's right. No more Instagram.
Yeah, I never post on that anymore.
Martha Clausen and Martha Clausen on X. Martha's excited about our final quarter horse dash of the day. Martha's already raring to go with videos on Saturday morning. Martha, have at it. Brian Aragoni on X at Mr. B Analyst. And of course, TrackWise, we've got you covered. There at HS Indy Racing, of course, we've got Darbs, we've got Riker, always looking for content to post there on our social media pages, on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel because you really should. at Horseshoe
Yeah,
Indianapolis.
we watched free
Racing.
replays on our YouTube channel.
There you go. You heard it from Rachel. Less than a half hour away from the first of the day all main track card here at the track. And again, hoping we'll see, because we started off fast. The rain came, then it went to sloppy. Eric Holstrom shared photos with us on X. And now the main track is muddy as we get closer to the 210 opener. Any fun? Glad to see you. You're feeling better. And
Shout out to Kentucky Senator Bourbon.
there you go. Damon Thayer will love that.
Yep, Damon. Got to give him a shout out. Kentucky Senator Bourbon, one of the best senators. It is a sponsor. #ad.
Yeah, my bottle from a few years ago that Damon gave me, it's just aging and aging.
Oh, I drank it. It's so good.
Good. Yep.
He gave me one forever ago, and that
Smooth.
thing, yeah.
Speaking of smooth, again, Brian Aragoni giving out on his
Oh my
free
gosh,
tip sheet.
Brian.
We got free contests here, and Brian Aragoni is giving out $655.10 early pick 5.
I think it was a $90 ticket,
Free
too,
there.
I'm pretty sure.
So pick up the tip sheets from Racing Rachel. Brian Aragoni certainly on a winning roll this week, and also Martha Clausen talking about that final quarter horse dash of the day. Martha, I think Martha's like tip sheet. It's like an essay.
Oh, yeah, she knows.
Yeah. She knows.
She takes advantage of, she gives you all the info. She's so knowledgeable. I mean, she's
411.
been doing it forever.
All right. That's it for us?
I think that's it for us,
All right,
John.
quick commercial break here. Stay tuned. Brian Aragoni is chomping at the bit to give
Oh,
you
yeah, he just
another
loves
winning
it.
50-cent early pick 5 ticket. So until next time
another
for
one,
Racing
B.
Rachel and me, we're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
It's a muddy Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Welcome back to the second half of Wire to Wire, talking about that early pick 5, but Mother Nature just refuses to relent here in Shelbyville, Indiana. She has given us great flowers, green grass, an excellent turf course that gets filled with moisture and unfortunately forces us to go on to a muddy racetrack. Hopefully these rain showers will produce a luscious turf course for the upcoming June month. But we're 25 minutes away from the opener. We are off the turf today, as you heard John and Rachel talking about, unfortunately off the turf. And with that rain, it may affect tomorrow as well. But we'll certainly let you know and keep you posted as soon as we know. But we've got plenty of racing action regardless of off turf. I think this early pick 5 is somewhat juicy. Not often do I think the early pick 5 a little bit more intriguing than the late fire 5, but today's the case in which that could play out fruitfully. Let's take a look at this early pick 5, 11.99% takeout, one of the lowest takeouts in the entire country. We'll kick it off with non-winners of 2, going 6 furlongs in here, and I'm going to single Klopp on the drop, sticks around. I actually dove into some of the numbers when he cuts a claiming price by 50%, or And when he goes from allowance to claiming, over 24% on the allowance to claiming, then 50%, I believe, was right around 21%. Now, this one's not a huge drop in class. In fact, I believe this horse is actually going up in class from non-winners of 2 to non-winners of 3, but fits the condition perfectly in here while everyone else is just looking for their second career win. This one looking for the third win alone in here for Honey Red, who has almost always been an allowance mare or filly, now a mare. She won last time on the drop, and she went off at odds on, 90 cents on the dollar, and absolutely dominated in a romp, and hasn't been seen since October 3rd, 2024. I do like that not only is she the only two-time winner in this race, but she's also running protected. So while it may be in for 5,000, because of that long layoff, they don't want to lose Honey Red. If there were some red flags, massive issues, things like that could be concerning going forward, the Connections would be fine parting ways with a win and maybe $5K extra, but they want to keep Honey Red back in that Clop barn, and I like that too. So there's certainly a lot of upside in here. Honey Red 2-1 provides plenty of value and going to be a single, and if we stick around that price today, going to be a win wager for me. I don't always dive into the win pools frequently on the low-end claimers, but Honey Red looks like a horse that they want to keep, and if that's the case, then I want to play as well, especially anywhere near that morning line of 9-2. Race number 2, we kick off the $1 minimum pick 4. Now, this has been a hit this season, 15% takeout. You got to take advantage of those low takeout opportunities. $1 minimum. Scratch number 2, Tail of Fame, out of this event in here. And I really had a difficult time kind of narrowing this race down. I mean, Golden Hornet could be the one to catch to cash, but how is a trainer like Israel Garcia going to upgrade a horse off of Larry Ravelli? And that's no disrespect to Mr. Garcia. It's more so that Larry Ravelli wins at a very high percentage, and there's a reason why the horse dipped into the claiming ranks lower than he had previously ever been. Went from 25 to 10, ran evenly, and actually ran probably better than it looked because Prince of Pennies is incredibly fast, and Golden Hornet wants nothing to do with rating. He did stay on evenly that day. I think he is certainly the one to catch to cash today. More than 5 comes in off of a nice win. But let me draw your attention to maybe a horse you might overlook. Pretty fast. Eric Foster, Fernando de la Cruz. De la Cruz having himself an awesome meet. He's already 1 win away from 20 wins on the season. This is a horse who's won twice. Both wins came on the synthetic. Now, he hasn't hit the board in the dirt races. However, he's run a little bit better than you may expect. Some of those races were at the likes of Churchill Downs, going 7 furlongs at Keeneland where they showed speed, didn't have the stamina. Almost every start on the dirt has been either at Keeneland or Churchill against much tougher competition than he'll see today. Pretty fast as a horse that you may overlook at first glance, but that form is a little bit more muddied up than it really should be. I think that horse is live in this spot. 1, 3, 5, and 6 in race number 2. A mile and a 16th, optional 62.50, running for a purse of $50,000 in the third race in here. This one brings some talented specimens to the racetrack. It may not be a stakes race, but it's certainly got stakes quality talent in here. And I think Midnight West deserves a long look at 6-1. Burgos, Tommy Medina, they teamed up for a winner yesterday. Contreras teamed up with Tommy Medina from the inside yesterday, but they did win, and Medina's sending live horses to our racetrack, winning at 24%. Midnight West looks like Lone Speed on the front end. I did love King Ice, but now the way the track's turned up, I'm not fearful of the mud by any means. He's a perfect 1-for-1 on a good track. However, a little bit concerned if the track's going to be conducive to his late running style. He really hasn't shown any improvement in his older years to sit closer to the pace. He does continue to be a one-run closer, and that could be a little bit of trouble if Midnight West truly is the only speed. However, OXO Equine does have both Gano along with Transect. I assume one of them is going to go to the lead and assure a decent pace. Maybe Transect is fresh off the layoff for Gano, who hasn't run very well in his last 2 starts. We'll see if Gano's Give a Crapper still works or is still operating, because he hasn't really shown much fight in the lane in either of his last 2 starts. And I think this race will be a big one for Gano to see which way he is going. 1, 2, 4, and 7 for me in the third. Race number 4, a mile and 70 yards in here. Scratch numbers 2 and 6, a mile and 70 on a muddy main track. In the fourth, it does kick off that late fire 5. We'll go 1, 3, 5 and 7 in this spot. I'm not really sure who's going to go off favorite in here. It looks like it could be a wide open race. I'm hopeful that Militant takes some action for Brad Cox, a horse that I am fading. Hasn't been seen in 13 months now, and not going to take the bait at low price. How about a horse like Lear, John Heron, Alberto Burgos? The inside could be good today with the weather we've had. If you draw a line through that last race, I think Lear very well may go favored off that form that he had shown at Hot Springs. But that last race certainly going to cause for concern, and I usually don't like horses that are cutting back from 1 3/4. But if you are forgiving of that last race, Lear is a long shot in with a big chance. Transcendental is 1-for-1 on the dirt. Could be any type Luan Machado sees fit to come on over. And how about Brother Kenny? A big jump up in class, but this may be a horse who just loves it here. Maybe synthetic wasn't his game. He likes it here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He broke sharp. He was pulling. He was somewhat rank, actually, and he just continued to fight. He actually re-rallied very well after being headed at the 8th pole and passed by about a half length, and he galloped out. I think Brother Kenny could be a horse to fear in here, and certainly at 6-1, a decent price as well. And then we get to the hammer time of the day, race number 5, an off-turf event originally scheduled to be on the turf course. Will be on the main track now at 1.16 miles. Plenty of scratches, but how about On Task, Paulo Lobo? I think Christian Torres comes over for a mount today. I'm not sure which one it is, but I am very hopeful that it is for OXO Equines On Task. This is a horse I was impressed with last time. He was a Horse Racing Nation 5-star firster back in October of last season. He took some action. He went off at 5-2. He did draw the inside, which isn't ideal for a first-time starter. He sat behind horses very professionally. He shifted out from behind and stayed on willingly in what I thought was a very good debut, but others may not agree. Horse went off at 5-2, missed the board, took a ton of action, and didn't hit the board. Well, the horse ran pretty admirably, in my opinion. Going a mile at first asking from the inside is a lot to ask of a 2-year-old filly. Now she comes back at 3. She comes back with Lasix, and Torres is here to get the money. I think he gets it today with On Task. Going to be a bold single in both the early pick 5 and the late fire 5 for yours truly. We'll see if we can keep it rolling with the hammer times, hoping to be the hammer on a Wednesday versus the nail. But if we are the nail, you know what? We're going to dive into that Itoba pick 4 anyways, which begins in race number 5 as well. So we are certainly going to be paying attention in that 5th race. John G. Dooley, one of the best men in the business, if not the very best voice. And he's a pretty good handicapper as well. He's given out the Indy 500 winner like every time. Unfortunately, I don't see it until after the race has already been run. But he does pick excellent NASCAR drivers to win the Indy 500 as well. So John G. Dooley's made his way up to the booth. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes. While we may be off the turf course, there is still plenty of opportunity here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Wednesday. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races on tap. An all main track card. We're off the turf. Under cloudy skies, temperatures around 70 degrees. Off the turf and the main track is labeled muddy, nearing the first of the day. All main track card, main track muddy. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening Fillies Mare Sprint. starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card with no scratches and no rider changes. Number 9, Lady Riley at 3 pounds to the listed program weight. That's in the first. In the second race sprint, scratch number 2, Tale of Fame. Number 2, Tale of Fame has been scratched. Note the 7, Not Normal, is a first-time gelding. That should be marked in your program, FTG. Not Normal, the number 7, a reported first-time gelding in the sprint. There are no changes in the third. All 7 run, due at 3:12. On to the fourth race we go. Start here the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch 2, Go Emmy. And the 6, Pat's Property. Scratch the 2 and the number 6. Race 5 off the turf. The maiden starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Race 5 will be run on the main track at a mile and a 16th. Scratch from the maiden, 2, Mackenzie River. 4, Ability. 7, Screaming Mimi. The 8, La Liberta. Take out 9, Strife. 11, J&J Heart and Soul. Scratch 14, Starship Ambition. The 15, Argentinidad. And the 16, Run Lily. Note the 13, Love Music, draws in. Love Music, the number 13, will run. Race 5 maiden on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Recapping, scratch 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 15, and number 16 all have been withdrawn. No $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured today. No All Turf Pick 3. Main track card. In race 6, this maiden 3-year-old fillies dash. Take out the 1, Greeley's Gold, and scratch number 5, Proud Words. Scratch the 1 and number 5. On to the 7th race we go. One of the 3 taken off the turf course. The 7th race will be run over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 1, La Scalinetta. 5, Pearl Magic. 6, Meet in Secret. The 7, Wappin. 9, Taco Cat Backwards. Scratch 10, Chout. 11, Title Tactics. And also scratch the 13, Mac Tamor. No superfecta wagering. No pentafecta as you see. No superfecta. No Grand High 5. No Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Scratch 1, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and number 13. Race 8, another taken off the turf course today after the morning rains. Race 8 on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Note the distance here, 1 mile 70. Scratch 1, Vaccinator. 4, 9 Questions. Take out the 5, Son of a Gray. Scratch the 7, Battle of Britain. And the 14, Waylon Richard. 13, Finn and Brennan. That first-time gelding draws in. Finn and Brennan. The number 13 will run. Scratch 1, 4, 5, 7, and the number 14. No rider changes. Number 3, Thundering Heart, 1 pound over. And in the 9th, quarter horse maiden Juvenile at 250 yards to close out the card. Race 9, scratch the also eligibles. 11, Afterburner Z. The 12, Tequila. And 13, WRS, Prize Penny. Scratch the also eligibles. Other changes. The 4, Favorite Bandit plus 2 pounds. Corrects the weight there to 126. Number 5, Open a New Corona. 3 pounds over. 9, Pay Me Sass is racing first time on Lasix medication. That should be marked in your program L1. First time Lasix for 9, Paint Me Sass. Number 10, Sydney Jack. And 7 pounds to the program weight. And scratch the also eligibles. Again, 11, 12, and number 13. There a look at the changes and corrections on a 9-race card. We're off the turf. All main track card. Main track money with 10 minutes to post time for the Fillies and Mares Sprint. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Fillies Mare Sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 9. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 9, Lady Riley at 3 pounds to the listed program weight. Race 1 of our 9, all main track card, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Fillies Mare Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track labeled Muddy. 3 minutes to post time. Less than 3 minutes now. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Fillies Mare Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track Muddy. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Orlando Mexico with Sanitarium. Fernando de la Cruz with Seachrome. Joins Sanitarium. Joe Ramos with Honey Red. Augustin Gomez with Retail Therapy in the Green Silks. Now Manny Esquivel with Wampus Kitten. Sando Sanjor with Captive Heart like Wampus Kitten. Both for Cipriano Contreras here. And the Phillies Mare Sprint. Alberto Burgos with Wildwood Queen. At 6 furlongs, just a couple of them back. Dan's Candy Girl. Brittany Truxtell claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance. So stand by, one more. Felix Ostadillo with Lady Riley. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track muddy to start. Here's the first. They're in the gate. Oyen running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Lady Riley broke sharp, quickly headed by Seachrome, and Wampus Kitten is going for an early bid, and toward the inside Honey Red is right there, part of a mad dash, and Dan's Candy Girl also vying for the early lead. It's Dan's Candy Girl with toward the inside Wampus Kitten. They take this battle past the half-mile pole. Lady Riley just off them third. Sanitarium and the Black Cap is running in 4, Seachrome in 5th, with on the outside Captive Heart now making a bid from out of 6th. Then Honey Red toward the rail. It's a break of 6 more. Thanks back there to Wildwood Queen, who's running second to last. And as they round the far turn, beaten for pace, Retail Therapy trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter, 22.54 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. And it's Wampus Kitten and Dan's Candy Girl as these fillies mares straighten away. Then on the outside, Lady Riley, and further out is Captain Hart, who straightened away in 4th. Seachrome and Sanitarium towards the inside is under pressure, half mile in 45.61 seconds. Through the final furlong, it's nearest the inside, Wampus Kitten and Dan's Candy Girl as they come past the 16th. And here's Honey Red, who's charging hard for Joe Ramos. Seachrome slipped through. It's Honey Red. Honey Red on top. Seachrome was second, and third's close between Wampus Kitten, who was in that battle throughout with Dan's Candy Girl, close. $112.60 after the Fillies Mare Sprint Muddy track. 112.6025. And then a show photo. Third place on the bob up to the judges. 2, Honey Red. 7-2 first. 5, Seachrome at 28-1, getting into second near home. And third is a photograph. 112.60. Joe Ramos here at the top of the card for leading trainer Randy Klopp. It's Honey Red at 7-2. The judges have posted number 3, Wampus Kitten, 4 to 1/3. 8, Dance Candy Girl, 5 to 2/4. 2-5, 3-8. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 2, Honey Red with Joe Ramos. First run of 2025. Honey Red is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Bucaro out of Spousal Privilege by Successful Appeal. Racing for Cynthia Clarimont, Roger Speece Stable LLC, and Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Honey Red taking out her 5-year-old seasonal bow. First results in. Race 1 now official. 2-5 Exacta. Returned $178.40. 50-cent trifecta. 2-5-3, $195.50. With Dance Candy Girl 4th, the 10-cent superfecta. 2-5-3-8 returned $149.32. All 9 ran in the Fillies Mare Sprint. Muddy track, 112.60. Race 2 of today's 9, all main track card, again off the turf, main track muddy. Second race sprint, take out 2 Tail of Fame. 2 Tail of Fame has been scratched. 7 Not Normal, reported as a first-time gelding. That should be marked in your program FTG, first-time gelding, Not Normal, the number 7. Race 2 with Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4. Post time for the second race will be in 21 minutes at 2:42 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay, the Fillies Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Honey Red. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, Lady Riley broke sharp, quickly headed by Seachrome, and Wampus Kitten is going for an early bid, and toward the inside, Honey Red is right there, part of a mad dash, and Dance Candy Girl also vying for the early lead. It's Dance Candy Girl with toward the inside Wampus Kitten. They take this battle past the half-mile pole. Lady Riley just off them third. Sanitarium in the black cap is running in fourth. Seachrome in fifth, with on the outside Captive Heart now making a bid from out of sixth. Then Honey Red toward the rail. It's a brink of 6 more. Thanks back there to Wildwood Queen, who's running second to last. And as they round the far turn, beaten for pace, Retail Therapy trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter, 22.54 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole, and it's Wampus Kitten and Dance Candy Girl as these fillies mares straighten away. Then on the outside, Lady Riley, and further out is Captain Hart, who straightened away in fourth. Seachrome and Sanitarium towards the inside is under pressure, half mile in 45.61 seconds. Through the final furlong, it's nearest the inside, Wampus Kitten and Dance Candy Girl as they come past the 16th. And here's Honey Red, who's charging hard for Joe Ramos. Seachrome slipped through. It's Honey Red. Honey Red on top. Seachrome was second, and third's close between Wampus Kitten, who's in that battle throughout with Dance Candy.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Honey Red, much the best in the opener. Big exacta and trifecta, superfecta payoffs as well, with a 28-1 Seachrome finishing second under the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz. But from off the pace runs the first two as Honey Red goes out for our leading trainer, Randy Klopp. First start of the year and makes it an impressive one despite some trouble around that turn. We kick off the $1 pick 4 in race number 2, now just 9 minutes away. Do scratch the deuce, Tail of Fame out of this event. The track condition remains muddy as we start the $1 pick 4. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here, and I happen to fancy Golden Hornet. Not often do I like when horses leave high percentage barns. However, And the first race has me absolutely wrong that I thought the track would likely play heavily to speed. Now, one race, small sample size. I'm not a believer of the golden rail spiel or anything like that, or necessarily that a track can cater to one versus the other, especially not with one sample size. However, on paper, you would think Golden Hornet looks to be lone speed in here in 7-2. A little bit cautious, leaving a 26% barn. However, not jumping up in class by any means. In for 12.5 after being in for 10. This is a horse who had routinely been at the allowance ranks, if not the optional claiming ranks, much higher. And last time out, despite being the beaten favorite on a huge class drop, I can forgive that. Prince of Pennies, who also didn't hit the board, is incredibly fast. One of the fastest horses the first 2 furlongs that we have on the grounds. And Golden Hornet just didn't have a chance to get the lead. Likes to do his best running on the front end. I do believe he won't have many issues on the front end today. His tail was maybe flared, a little bit unhappy last time, but he was outrun, and he was down on the inside, so he's in an uncomfortable spot. And he's a 5-time winner from 15 starts. Now he draws a muddy track. He's a perfect 3 for 3 in the trifecta on a muddy track, and I think he's a horse to catch to cash, despite leaving that high win percentage barn. I think Israel Garcia might have himself something here at 7-2, the one who should have the lead turning for home, and that's where I want to be on this racetrack. But they do have to deal with pretty fast Fernando de la Cruz and Eric Foster. De La Cruz almost kicked off the day with an upset. He ran second at 28-1 with Seachrome. He'll look to win on a favorite in here with Pretty Fast for Max's Stables and Doug Miller. Eric Foster conditions this one, a 2-time winner. Both of those wins came in 2024. However, hasn't hit the board in 6 starts on either a fast track or a muddy track. That is a little bit of a concern. But if you tuned into Wire to Wire, I think that those muddy races are a little bit misleading. They've been facing against much tougher competition at the likes of Keeneland and Churchill Downs, always at the allowance level. Now makes his way down to where he'll find his friends, 12,500 in here. He gets a ton of class relief, and probably that 0 for 6 is certainly misleading because a lot of those races were challenging distances. 1 mile at Churchill, that's a 1-turn mile. Probably further than he wants to go. He showed good speed, didn't have much finish. 7 furlongs at Keeneland. Very tiring racetrack, probably a little bit further than he wants to go. Today, he's going to go 6 furlongs on a souped-up track for Pretty Fast, and I think he'll run big today, and the bettors apparently agree at 8-5. Certainly bet down to favoritism. We'll see if it's fact or fiction from here on out. But Joe Ramos is looking for the early daily double on Rocket 88. Randy Matthews sends this one out. 2 for 20. Certainly a little bit camera shy, but has run well when he's been here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with a second-place finish last time out in which he was bet down below 3-1. He was well off the speed. He was on the wrong lead the entire lane, and he closed what I thought was evenly. He wasn't making up a ton of ground. It does say he went from 3.5 lengths back to only beaten by 1.25 lengths, but if he can figure out his lead changes, and maybe Joe Ramos will try and do so today. They were unable to do it last time. Maybe today they change leads, and maybe they go from running second, beaten by a length, to swooping up that speed, because I can assure that even though it's a small field, Golden Hornet is going to assure that there is going to be at least a decent pace in here, and pace to chase is always a good sign for Rocket 88. A 6-horse field kicks off the Itoba Pick 4. It is short on numbers, but long on intrigue. Here's the puzzle pieces. You put it together, and if you do, you will be rewarded 5 minutes from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have a late jockey change just in for this second race sprint. Here in race 2, late jockey change, number 4, Yolo Santiago, will now be ridden by Relu Gutierrez. That jockey change just in. Relu Gutierrez on 4, Yolo Santiago. Horses in the walking ring ahead of the second race sprint, muddy track. Number 4, Yolo Santiago. Now there's another jockey change having just been made for Yolo Santiago in the sprint. The rider will be Orlando Mexica. So again, some changes here in the second race. Orlando Mexica will now ride for Yolo Santiago. There's the scratch of the 2 Tail of Fame announced earlier. The 2 has been scratched. 7 Not Normal is a first-time gelding. FTG should be listed in your program. First-time gelding, Not Normal, the 7, and Orlando Mexica will now ride for Yolo Santiago. Once again, that late jockey change, Orlando Mexica. And the black silks for Rogelio Labra with 4, Yolo Santiago. Orlando Mexica rides the number 4. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses coming onto the track now for the second race. This sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Once again, scratch 2, Tale of Fame. Scratch the 2 for Yovo Santiago. There was that late jockey change. Orlando Mojica here on 4, Yovo Santiago. 7 Not Normal once again should be reported in your program as being a first-time gelding. That designation FTG, first-time gelding. Number 7 Not Normal here in the sprint. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, all main track card as we've noted. Off the turf. Main track muddy. Due off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with More Than Five. Gennaro Garcia's last out winner here. Evan Roman with Golden Hornet joins More Than Five. Orlando Mejica. Now the pilot with Yolo Santiago coming up. Fernando Vera Cruz, Pretty Fast, yellow red dots. Just a couple of back. Rocket 88, Joe Ramos riding for the early double. At 6 furlongs, one more. Gene Elliott Partners, Not Normal. The main track remains labeled muddy. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. That was Not Normal. Not Normal, unseated. Gene Elliott coming right down to the starting gate. The loose one is Not Normal. Rocket 88 sharply away, along with Golden Hornet showing that 6-year-old speed in the green silks. And these two are vying for the early lead, making the dash near the half-mile pole. Rocket 88 is just in front. They're tracked by Pretty Fast running in third. Yolo Santiago is next in fourth. And More Than Five trails the quintet left in the running. The opening quarter, 22.40 seconds as they round the far turn. Golden Hornet with a bid now for Evan Roman. Golden Hornet's taking a short lead. Rocket 88 for Joe Ramos matching strides. And they take this confrontation toward the quarter pole. Fernando Vera Cruz and Pretty Fast sitting right there in the catbird seat. And here's Pretty Fast sweeping after Rocket 88 and Golden Hornet as they come for home. Yolo Santiago and More Than Five yet to pick up. Into the stretch, half mile. In the mud in 45.32 seconds. It's Pretty Fast. Then toward the inside, Golden Hornet tries to kick with Pretty Fast, who's gained the slight advantage while trying to avoid the loose horse. And then farther back to More Than Five, who's getting into third. Rocket 88, Yolo Santiago, both up the track. With Fernando Vera Cruz, Pretty Fast, first by 2.5 from Golden Hornet, who holds More Than Five. Rocket 88 finished fourth. Unofficial after the sprint, 110.65. 5-3-1-6. Stewart's inquiry concerns the start and the 7 Not Normal. Inquiry concerns the start. Unofficial number 5, Pretty Fast. 3-1 first. 3 Golden Hornet. At 2-1 was the runner-up. 1 More Than Five at 3-1 third. 6 Rocket 88 fourth. Yolo Santiago was fifth. Not Normal unseated jockey Gene Elliott coming out to the starting gate, and that is the focal point of the steward's inquiry. Noting jockey Gene Elliott is making her way back to the jockey's quarters here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That loose runner in the sprint, Not Normal, is with the outrider, and Gene Elliott making her way back to the jockey's quarters. Hold all tickets until official. Note the steward's inquiry with regard to the start of the sprint will be withdrawn. No changes will be made to the running order. Poor start for Not Normal unseating jockey Jane Elliott. And again to report, Jane Elliott has made her way back to the jockey's room here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Not Normal being led back to his connections. Inquiry withdrawn. No changes made to the order. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle through it all, the 5 Pretty Fast with Fernando de la Cruz. Race 2 official. Pretty Fast is a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Fast Anna and a net by Curlin. The Kentucky bred, trained by Eric and Foster for Maxis Stable, Douglas E. Miller and Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Pretty Fast. 5-3 Exacta, $39.40, 50-cent trifecta. 5-3-1, $22.10. 2-5 opening double, combining Honey Red with Pretty Fast after the sprints, $57.80. With Rocket 88, fourth of the 5. The 10-cent superfecta, 5-3-1-6, paid $9.13. 110.65 muddy track on to the third we go. No scratches. Late jockey change. Third race announcing this rider change for the first time for number 3, Code Omaha. Here the rider will be Relu Gutierrez. Relu Gutierrez on 3, Code Omaha. Race 3 with Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will now be in 19 minutes. Due at 3:15. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. That was Not Normal. Not Normal, unseated. Jane Elliott coming right down to the starting gate. The loose one is Not Normal. Rocket 88 sharply away, along with Golden Hornet showing that 6-year-old speed in the green silks. And these two are vying for the early lead, making the dash near the half-mile pole. Rocket 88 is just in front. They're tracked by Pretty Fast running in third. Yolo Santiago is next in fourth, and More Than 5 trails the quintet left in the running. The opening quarter, 22.40 seconds as they round the far turn. Golden Hornet with a bid now for Evan Roman. Golden Hornet's taking a short lead. Rocket 88 for Joe Ramos matching strides. And they take this confrontation toward the quarter pole. Fernando de la Cruz and Pretty Fast sitting right there in the catbird seat. And here's Pretty Fast sweeping after Rocket 88 and Golden Hornet as they come for home. Yolo Santiago and More Than 5 yet to pick up. Into the stretch, half mile. In the mud in 45.32 seconds. It's Pretty Fast. And toward the inside, Golden Hornet tries to kick with Pretty Fast, who's gained the slight advantage while trying to avoid the loose horse. And then farther back to More Than 5, who's getting into third. Rocket 88, Yolo Santiago, both up the track. With Fernando de la Cruz, Pretty Fast, first by 2.5 from Golden Hornet, who holds More Than 5. Rocket 88 finished fourth. Second.
We are 9 minutes to race 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A 3-year-old and up allowance optional claiming for 62.5, 1 mile and a 16th. And we do have some interesting angles in here, but I'm going to go with the 2. The 4 right now is the favorite. King Ice is the one that I am going to go with. I love King Ice. I think he's a very talented horse. He is coming off of a 2024 season where he ran until August, and he just looks like in this group with the speed figures. I mean, it's been a very speed biased group. He won at the end of the meet by 2.5 lengths. And that was in August. He took the rest of the year off, and this is his first out of 2025. He really was lightly raced in 2024. Sorry, guys. I had to get the jockey change. It's Raylu on the 3. So King Ice is my top selection. Then I'm going to go with the 6. Gano. 5-2 right now on the tote board. Luan Machado is aboard for Paulo Lobo. Paulo Lobo, man, when he brings his horses here, take note, because he knows where to put them, where they're going to be competitive, and the numbers here will show it. I mean, out of a handful, it's half the time he wins, 83%. Those horses he's brought have finished in the money. So when Paolo's in, just put a safe across the board bet on the guy. Couple of times that this horse was running 2 turns in Oaklawn, Butter's favorite was second by a neck and a very salty allowance. And then I don't know what happened at a mile, but he does like to go a little bit longer. I think this horse needs to be included in the early part of the race, maybe not the lead, but he does like to set off the pace and be up and included in the beginning of the race. If not, it shows that he hasn't done much. But if you go back to the Indiana races, look at that. Just never lit up the board in all of those last races in 2024. A second, 2/3, and Indiana Dirt 2 for 3. 2 of this horse's 3 wins have been here. And then I'm going to go to the 3 code Omaha. Raylu is aboard, as I said, for Lily Gonzalez. The 3, 27-1. I'll tell you why I like this horse here. The distance hasn't done much at a mile and a 16th, but he's been sprinting for so long. You have to go back really, really far to see these tries, and they were early in his career. He's ran on Indiana Dirt twice, and one of which has ended up in a win, which was by 4.5 lengths and a claiming for 15. He's getting easier company than he's been in a while. Now, he did try May 6th here. It was in a starter going 6. I think he's going to like going 2 turns. He didn't really get tested enough for it. He pressed the pace, then got jostled at 7/16. That just wasn't his race. He didn't get a good run, and I like that Raylu's aboard. 2-6-3 for me here in the 3rd race. We're just 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses are coming onto the track now for the third race parading. This race will be run at a mile and a 16th, and the main track remains labeled muddy. A field of 7, 1 rider change. Number 3, Code Omaha. Make the rider Raylu Gutierrez. Riding the 4-time winner, Raylu Gutierrez on 3, Code Omaha. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 all main track card. 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Alberto Burgos with Midnight West making his 5-year-old seasonal bow. Midnight West first in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with King Ice, first run of 2025 for King Ice to join Midnight West. Raylu Gutierrez, Code Omaha, went in okay. Now Christian Torres with Transect. Here's the son of Gunrunner. King Ice 2-1 favorite. Now 2-1. Transect the joint favorites. 5-2 Gano. 5-1 Midnight West was first to load into the starting gate. Transect has gone all in. Evan Roman with her. Here's Hearn given an 18-1 chance. A couple of them back. Juan Machado with Gano. At a mile and a 16th and one more. Manny Escobar with Archie the Giza. This field with 28 wins between them, all in. They're off. Off to an even start. Midnight West broke sharp from the rail for Alberto Burgos. Midnight West leads out from Code Omaha. Transect is right up there with the leaders as they make their way into the first turn. Hearn of the White Silks. On the outside is Gano. 7 furlongs to run. Then farther back to King Ice and Archie the Giza trails here. In the early stages, it's Midnight West. Transect is right there close up for Christian Torres at the 6.5. Raylo Gutierrez and Code Omaha a ground-saving third. With Juan Machado, Gano is running in fourth. Making his backstretch run, Evan Roman and Hearn in the white jacket. Then it's a break of 3 more. With Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., King Ice is running second to last into the hands of Manny Escobar. Archie the Giza still trails the septet. Muddy track, the quarter covered in 23.63 seconds, making this run near the half-mile pole. So with Alberto Burgos, Midnight West in charge of the pace. Midnight West dictates terms to Transect by 2.5. A length and a half to Gano running in third. 2 lengths away, Code Omaha, who's joined by Hearn. Then King Ice looking to make progress with 3 furlongs to go. The trail remains Archie the Giza. Midnight West clocked a half mile in 47.43 seconds. Coming toward the quarter pole, and Midnight West leans by 5 from Gano and Transect as they straighten away. Then Archie the Giza has made a bid, now in fourth as they turn for home. King Ice still with a lot of work left to do. Hearn and Code Omaha tailed off. Midnight West looking to finish them off. 3/4 for the longtime leader, Midnight West. 1 minute 11.77 seconds with Alberto Burgos. Midnight West in full fight to the finish. Left to battle it out, Transect with Gano and Archie the Giza joins them. Midnight West cruises in. Midnight West won by 9 from Transect. And third's a photo on the bob. Third photo between Archie the Giza at the finish with Gano. 144.15 after the feature of the day. Muddy track 144.15, 1-4, thirds a photo. Thirds on the bob, that's up to the judges. Clear-cut win, Midnight West. Making his 5-year-old seasonal bow, 4-1 first for Transect. At 2-1 was the runner-up. Thirds a photograph. Hold all tickets until official. First up in 2025 for Midnight West. Alberto Burgos for Tomas Medina and Blanca Salazar. Midnight West comes back to the shoe on top. Result of the show photo was on the bob. 3-6 Gano. At 2-1 and 7 Archie the Giza. At 10-1 just missed third. 1-4, 6-7. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle the 1, Midnight West, with Alberto Burgos. Midnight West is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Get Stormy. And a Cupid's Gallop by Victory Gallop. Tomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Midnight West first up in 2025. Race 3 official. The 1-4 exacta paid $48 even. 50-cent trifecta, 146, $38.45. First pick 3 of the day, all main track card. 2 with the 5 with the 1 Midnight West. Pick 3 returned $106.15. 5-1 double paid $82.20. With Archie the Giza fourth, the 10-cent superfecta. 1467 returned $19.21. All 7 faced the starter. 144.15 Muddy. Race 4 of today's 9. Scratch 2 Go Emmy and 6 Pat's Property. Scratch 2 and the 6. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. The next one starts off the 50-cent late pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here this season. All main track card. Post time 3:46. They're off. Off to an even start. Midnight West broke sharp from the rail for Alberto Burgos. Midnight West leads out from Code Omaha. Transect is right up there with the leaders as they make their way into the first turn. Hearn of the White Silks. On the outside is Gano. 7 furlongs to run. Then farther back to King Ice and Archie the Giza trails here. In the early stages, it's Midnight West. Transect is right there close up for Christian Torres at the 6.5. Raylo Gutierrez and Code Omaha a ground saving third. With Luan Machado, Gano is running in 4th. Making his backstretch run, Evan Roman and Hearn in the white jacket. Then it's a break of 3 more. With Marcelino Pedroza Jr., King Ice is running second to last, and into the hands of Manny Esquivel. Archie the Giza still trails the septet. Muddy track, the quarter covered in 23.63 seconds, making this run near the half-mile pole. So with Alberto Burgos, Midnight West in charge of the pace. Midnight West dictates terms to Transect by 2.5. A length and a half to Gano running in third. 2 lengths away, Code Omaha, who's joined by Hearn. Then King Ice looking to make progress with 3 furlongs to go. The trail remains Archie the Giza. Midnight West clocked a half mile in 47.43 seconds. Coming toward the quarter pole, and Midnight West leans by 5 from Gano and Transect as they straighten away. Then Archie the Giza has made a bid, now in fourth as they turn for home. King Ice still with a lot of work left to do. Hearn and Code Omaha tailed off. Midnight West looking to finish them off. 3/4 for the longtime leader, Midnight West. 1 minute 11.77 seconds with Alberto Burgos. Midnight West in full flight to the finish. Left to battle it out, Transect with Gano, and Archie the Giza joins them. Midnight West cruises in. Midnight West won by 9 from Transect. And third's a photo on the bob. Third photo between Archie the Giza at the finish with Gano.
medium horses continue to ring true. We've had about that mid-range, no real long shots, but enough for that early pick 3 to return over $100. And speaking of big payouts, you could be the lucky winner of our late fire 5 50-cent increments in here, 11.99% takeout in that late fire 5. We're on a muddy main track. We are unfortunately off the turf course today. Do scratch numbers 2 and 6 out of the upcoming 4th event, but with only 7 minutes to go, let's take a look at the top 3 players in here, at least in my opinion. I'm going to take a stand against Militant, who hasn't been seen in 13 months. That quality rolled colt will have to beat me today, and I'm looking at a horse like Rebellious. Manny Esquivel, Cipriano Contreras, a 3-time winner, has been as consistent as they come, and with more consistency today, would push those career earnings up over $100,000, looking for back-to-back winners. But the water does get a little bit deeper in here. Exited the non-winners of 3 condition last time out and did so with aplomb. I mean, this is a horse who battled early, dueled throughout, and then stepped away and held off the other 7 foes that day. I'm expecting much of the same. There is no concern with the muddy track, as we have a win over a muddy track as well for Rebellious, a horse who can show tactical speed, showed good speed last time out, bet down to 4-1 over in Hot Springs, Arkansas, but doesn't necessarily need the lead. I think Rebellious, tactical, handy colt in here for Manny Esquivel. But your outside runner's Brother Kenny. Very impressed. You want to talk about jumping up. This is a horse who's jumping up into the deep waters, but it deservedly so after dominating last time out, even only winning by a neck. I thought the horse ran incredibly well. Broke sharp, was kind of pulling, maybe a little bit headstrong, pulled himself to the lead, and was headed at the 8th pole. Looked like he was done. Globalist and Winning Campaign really had all of the momentum when they headed Brother Kenny, and he said absolutely not. Once they looked eye to eye, he re-rallied to win very well in what was a fascinating final time. We don't see 136.74 very often for flat miles here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So I think that time's legit. There's no reason not to believe it to be legit, and I think he stands a test in here to jump up against winners for the first time, and certainly a horse who has my intrigue, and it looks like bettors agree. 7-2 right now off that 6-1 morning line. But your inside runner is Lear. Alberto Burgo is going to try and do it again on the front end, this time with John Heron. A 2-time winner from 13 starts. His best running on the lead. He's breaking from the inside. We saw an inside runner get loose on the lead earlier today in race number 3. He'll look to do it in this spot. He is cutting back from 1 3/4. I don't necessarily love that. However, if you're willing to forgive his last start, 5-1 is a complete gift. I'm a little bit cautious, not necessarily of the poor performance, but mostly because of the distance cutback. But if you draw a line through that last race, this horse would likely be 2-1 or 5-2 when it's all said and done. The riders are getting the leg up. We are 4 minutes away from that late fire 5. The ticket will be on your screen during the post parade, and you can't win it if you're not in it. So good luck.
Stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. This race will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. Main track remains labeled muddy. A field of 6. Scratch 2, Go Emmy, and 6, Pat's Property. Scratch the 2 and the 6 from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Here the start of the 50-cent late pick 5 and an all main track card. Now 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. First up, Lear, Alberto Burgos, riding for a double. After Midnight West's romp. Luan Machado with Transcendental. Joins Lear. Fernando de la Cruz with Militant. Hot pink, black diamond belt. At 1 mile and 70 yards, Manny Esquivel with Rebellious. 2 back, Brother Kenny. Joe Ramos won the opener. 1 more, Relu Gutierrez with DeBook. Start here, the 50-cent late pick 5 on an all main track card. Muddy, they're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the inside, Lear for the early lead with Transcendental going for an early run. Right there is Rebellious with Militant in the pink cap, also looking to mix it up as they charge into the first turn. And DeBook tips toward the inside parts of the track there for Relu Gutierrez, while Brother Kenny has drifted back to last at the 6.5. So with the rail for Alberto Burgos, Lear leads them to the back of the track. Lear with, on the outside, Transcendental staying close. Rebellious is now in third. Militant running in fourth, going up the back of the track while racing 3 clear from DeBook and a length away to Brother Kenny, who remains last to the 6. The opening quarter over this muddy track covered in 23.35 seconds. Lear. Luan Machado has Transcendental right there second and close up. Rebellious and Manny Esquivel just running in third. Fernando de la Cruz and Militant looking to gain toward the inside, running in fourth. Then it's a break of 3 more with Joe Ramos. Brother Kenny is running second to last. And DeBook is tailed off the half mile in 47.55 seconds. Just inside 3 furlongs from home for the front runner Lear. Transcendental has been near to Lear as they make their way toward the quarter pole. And Rebellious is right there in the 3 path, and Brother Kenny is gearing up. Brother Kenny coming with a 4-wide sweep, and Militant is spying a gap. DeBook is last. Top of the lane, 3/4, 1 minute 12.18 seconds. It's a toss-up. Here's Brother Kenny with toward the inside Lear. Militant tries to come through in a tight spot at the rail. Dropping back Transcendental and Rebellious as they come inside the final 16th with Joe Ramos. It's Brother Kenny, and the brother is pouring it on. Brother Kenny. Brother Kenny gets the result by 3. Rebellious was second, and then Militant and Lear. 143.43 after the running of race 4 unofficial. 7, Brother Kenny. 7-2 first. The judges will examine photographs before posting the second, third, and fourth. It was 5-2 on Rebellious. Stand by for the full order from the judges. Brother Kenny. Joe Ramos took out the first of the day with Honey Red. Here, Brother Kenny at 7-2. The judges have posted number 5, Rebellious, at 5-2 as the runner-up. 4, Militant at 5-2 third with the rail. And 1 Lear at 7-2 was fourth. 7-5, 4-1. The result of the fourth race is now official. Stepping back into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 7, Brother Kenny. Riding double for Joe Ramos. Brother Kenny. 3-year-old Dark Mayor Brown Gelding by Motown. Out of the Northern Fleet Mare, Ramori Princess. A repeat meet winner for Bill Morey and Lance and Steve Kinross. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Brother Kenny. $7.5 exacta paid $39 even. 50-cent trifecta 754 paid $50.55. 50-cent pick 3 result on races 2, 3, and 4. 5 with the 1 with the 7, Brother Kenny. $163.10. The Midnight West, Brother Kenny, 1-7 double, 57.60. Lear ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta 7541 paid $27 and change. 143.43 on a main track that remains labeled muddy as we go to the 5th. It's 19 minutes away. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. All main track card, race 5. The maiden will be run over the mile and a 16th. Muddy, scratch 2, McKinsey River. 4, Ability. Take out the 7, Screaming Mimi. The 8, La Liberta. Scratch 9, Strife. 11, J&J, Heart and Soul. Take out 14, Starship Ambition. 15, Argentinidad. And the 16, Run Lily. The maiden will be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 2-4, 7-8, 9-11, 14 through number 16, all have been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start of the $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. No all turf pick 3 on an all main track card. Post time 4:16. Buddy, they're in the gate. And they're off. Toward the inside, Lear for the early lead with Transcendental going for an early run. Right there is Rebellious with Militant in the pink cap, also looking to mix it up as they charge into the first turn. And De Book tips toward the inside parts of the track there for Raylu Gutierrez, while Brother Kenny has drifted back to last at the 6.5. So with the rail for Alberto Burgos, Lear leads them to the back of the track. Lear with, on the outside, Transcendental staying close. Rebellious is now in third. Militant running in fourth, going up the back of the track while racing 3 clear from DeBook and a length away to Brother Kenny, who remains last to the 6. The opening quarter over this muddy track covered in 23.35 seconds. Lear. Juan Machado has Transcendental right there second and close up. Rebellious and Manny Esquivel just running in third. Fernando Lettercruz and Militant looking to gain toward the inside, running in fourth. Then it's a break of 3 more with Joe Ramos. Brother Kenny is running second to last. And DeBook is tailed off the half mile in 47.55 seconds. Just inside 3 furlongs from home for the front runner Lear. Transcendental has been near to Lear as they make their way toward the quarter pole. And Rebellious is right there in the 3 path, and Brother Kenny is gearing up. Brother Kenny coming with a 4-wide sweep, and Militant is spying a gap. DeBook is last. Top of the lane, 3/4, 1 minute 12.18 seconds. It's a toss-up. Here's Brother Kenny with toward the inside Lear. Militant tries to come through in a tight spot at the rail. Dropping back Transcendental and Rebellious as they come inside the final 16th with Joe Ramos. It's Brother Kenny, and the brothers pouring it on. Brother Kenny. Brother Kenny gets the result by 3. Rebellious was second, and then Militant and Lear.
We are 10 minutes to race. So I put on my fleece because I thought my nice South Point Farms local fleece here. I don't know who designed this logo. I'm just kidding. It was me. And because I thought it was a little bit chilly, but it's actually a little bit warmer. And we just got changed to wet fast as well. So on FanDuel earlier, and Mike Joyce was like, man, I hope Rachel doesn't get any more rain. I'd love to see it dry out. And man, he must be good luck because that's the case here today. The track just looks great. Got to give a shout out to the track maintenance crew there. We're 9 minutes to post, and we do have a lot of scratches here. As this filly mare, 3-year-old maiden special weight, was slated for a mile and a 16th on the grass. But we're going to scratch to 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11. And then on the last page, 14, 15, and 16. So the 13 will run in. And I'm going to go with a 12. It's 7 to 5. I didn't know if it was going to be the favorite with all the scratches, but I guess the betting public agrees with me again. It's got to be the class drop. This is a 3-year-old filly by Quality Road. Uncle Mo Dam. She was a $140,000 purchase. And she's just a really well-bred filly, but she hasn't been able to put it together. She's been so close, though. She loved the Kentucky Downs Dirt on debut back last September. She was second, and that was the closest she's gotten. Then she sprinted at Keeneland. I'm just going to draw a line through that one. The couple of horses came back to win next out. That was a tough field. Then she tried Polly, and she ended up third. She tried Polly again at Turfway in March, ended up third. But those are all really tough maiden special weights. This is a little bit easier group here. She was running for 80 and 100,000 there. So definitely, I think with the scratches as well, just makes it even easier for her. But look at all her races. I mean, almost every race a horse has come back to win. Verdi came back to win. Mia Rose came back to win. So the only question mark is it's going to be interesting. She's never ran on dirt before. So let's see what she does with this track here today. Maybe a little bit of moisture will help her out. Then I'm going to go to the 3. Where's the 3 at? Look at that. I love when a plan comes together. It's like she knew I was going to talk about her. The 3 walks into frame at 3 to 1. Christian Torres is aboard for Paulo Lobo. And I just said Paulo Lobo, the last race I handicapped, I believe it was the 3rd. Just put him across the board. 83% of the time out of a handful. He doesn't bring a ton here, but when he does, they fire. Let me tell you. This is a 3-year-old filly who's making her second lifetime start. Admit in that debut came back to win next out, who finished 3rd. She was 4th, kind of an even 4th. She kind of made a little bit of a move at the 3/16th, but then didn't really have a bid there coming into the stretch. She ran a mile that day, so at least she's gone 2 turns. Now she's going a mile and a 16th, going a little bit longer. She had a fast track that day. A little bit of moisture in this one. Improving horses, dangerous horse. If you believe that, On Task is definitely a good one. And then I rounded out with the 1. Look at this. Look at these horses. Did we rehearse this? No. Just love to see it, though. Yammy Bella. Marcelino Pedroza aboard for Marcelino Salas, 4-year-old filly making her 18th lifetime start. This poor thing. You want to know why I put this girl in? She's 0 for 17. Okay, I get that. But look at these races she's been running in. Churchill, a mile on the grass, full horse field. Winner comes to win next out. Sprints on the Polly, main special weight for 80. Only missed by 3 lengths. Then she ran, I think, in a couple races that she was just, it was too tough for. Another one where the 3rd place finisher came back to win. But I like that she has early speed and she's on the inside. She ran here on May 5th. It got taken off the turf. She ran a mile and 16th. This is the case again. I'm sure Marcelino Salas is like, can I get the grass, please? But I like the early speed, and that has been favoring, especially when we have some moisture in the surface. So I'm definitely liking her on the inside. And if she can get to the lead in a race where there's just, from what's left, not a ton of early speed, she might be able to hang on at a price. So I'm going to go 12-3-1 here in the 5th race. This is the start of the late pick 4, sponsored by Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. So my favorite people, the Itoba pick 4, starts here in this race. Good luck.
Maiden fillies stepping onto the track, now labeled Wet Fast here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Maiden fillies in race 5 over the mile and a 16th. Main track now Wet Fast again. This one a 3 off the turf course. A field of 7. Scratch 2 Mackenzie River for Ability. 7 Screaming Mimi, 8 La Liberta. Take out 9 Strife. 11 J&J Heart and Soul. 14 Starship Ambition. 15 Argentinidad. And scratch the 16 Run Lily. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Start of the $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba on an all main track card. Wet Fast and nearing post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden fillies. Main track Wet Fast. Starts of the $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16th main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Yummy Yummy Bella. First installed at 14 to 1 odds for the maiden fillies. Reylo Gutierrez with Bella Alessia. Christian Torres with On Task in the red. Was fourth here on juvenile debut. Bella Alessia loaded. Vincent Chamonix with Stenson Statins. On Task 9 to 5 favorite. Over the mile and a 16th, now Mitchell Merrill with Cameo Rose. Cheetah Lady. Joe Ramos with a couple of wins on the card. One more, the Mount Brilliant Farm homebred, Love Music. Evan Roman for Brendan Walsh. Here comes the fifth. They're in the game. And they're off. Love Music broke outward. Nearest the inside, Yummy Yummy Bella with On Task in the red cap. Here come early moves by Cameo Rose, and right there is Bella Alessia as they vie for it entering the first turn. It's On Task with on the outside Bella Alessia, Stenson Statins in a tight spot there, and Cameo Rose in the white cap circles up outside of Stenson Statins as they vie for position in back of Bella Alessia, who's taking the top for Reylo Gutierrez. So going to the back of this now wet fast track, Bella Alessia leads overall from Cameo Rose, Stenson Statins On Task, now settled back in fourth position by Christian Torres, and then on the outside is Love Music now making headway with her bid. That comes farther back to Cheetah Lady, who's running second to last. And after breaking well enough, Yummy Yummy Bella now trails. 24.14 lead seconds as they go past the half-mile pole. And it's Bella Alessia who dictates terms to Stenson Statins, Cameo Rose 3 deep uncovered as they turn again. Then toward the inside is On Task running in fourth. Love Music trying to sustain a bid from fifth with Evan Roman. Then Cheetah Lady, and the trailer remains Yummy Yummy Bella. Half mile in 49.59 seconds, inside 3 to go. It's Bella Alessia narrowly at 21 to 1. Stenson Statins now on even terms there for Vincent Chamonix. Stenson Statins and Bella Alessia coming past the quarter pole, and Cheetah Lady is circling them for Joe Ramos. Here's Cheetah Lady as these maiden fillies come for home. Cheetah Lady's taking command. 3/4 in just over 1:15 seconds. Cheetah Lady going for the final furlong with a 4-length lead. Bella Alessia, Yummy Yummy Bella's routing from out of the backfield, and on the outside is On Task, but it's Cheetah Lady near home. On Task is now second, Yummy Yummy Bella third, Bella Alessia is fourth, Cameo Rose is next. It's Cheetah Lady and Joe Ramos with a hat-trick of wins on the card. Cheetah Lady wins by 5 from On Task, Yummy Yummy Bella, then Bella Alessia with Cameo Rose. Love Music flattened out, and Stenson Statins, after vying early, was the final filly to pull up. $148.10 after the maiden fillies. Wet fast, $148.10. 12-3, 1-6, 12, Cheetah Lady. 8-5, the second choice takes out the maiden. 3 On Task at 7-5 with the red cap. The runner-up after the mile and 16th, 1 Yummy Yummy Bella. 24-1 getting into the trifecta. 6 Bella Alessia. 21-1 fourth over Cameo Rose with a white cap. Love Music flattened out in the final quarter of a mile. After the maiden fillies, Cheetah Lady, Joe having a day. Here for Whit Beckman, daughter Quality Road, Joe Ramos hat trick. Three wins on the card today for Joe Ramos. Leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 12, Cheetah Lady. And leading jockey Joe Ramos hits blackjack with 21 wins at the meet. Cheetah Lady is a 3-year-old bay filly by Quality Road and a Monkey's Uncle by Uncle Mo. Whit Beckman trains for Joe Picarel's Pickview LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Cheetah Lady is out to the maiden fillies ranks. 3 for Joe. Follow the track on X at HS Indy Racing for all the great moments here during the season at the shoe on X at HS Indy Racing. Race 5 now official. Result confirmed by the judges. 12-3-1-6, Cheetah Lady. Second choice takes out the maiden fillies. 12-3 exacta, $13.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 12-3-1 paid $34.20. 7-12 double, $46.40. $1 early pick 4 on 404, $724.70. Betta Alessia back and forth. 10-cent superfecta, $24.95. Pick 3, $44.15. 50-cent early pick 5 paid $2,202. 148.10, wet fast track now. Race 6, our next port of call. Maiden 3-year-old fillies sprint. Scratch 1 Greeley's Gold and 5 Proud Words. Scratch the 1 and 5 from the next sprint. Exact the trifecta superfecta. Here the 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta wagering on the maiden fillies dash. Double pick 3. Post time 4:46. Just to remind all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans for a moment. Next live race card tomorrow. Thursday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. No live racing on Friday and Saturday. It's an all quarter horse card. Saturday's kickoff is at 10:45 a.m. comes the fifth. They're in the game. And they're off. The music broke outward. Nearest the inside, Yummy Yummy Bella with On Task in the red cap. Here come early moves by Cameo Rose, and right there is Bella Alessia as they vie for it entering the first turn. It's On Task with on the outside Bella Alessia, Stenson Statins in a tight spot there, and Cameo Rose in the white cap circles up outside of Stenson Statins as they vie for position in back of Bella Alessia, who's taking the top for Raylu Gutierrez. So going to the back of this now wet fast track, Bella Alessia leads overall from Cameo Rose, Stenson Statins On Task, now settled back in fourth position by Christian Torres, and then on the outside is Love Music now making headway with her bid. That comes farther back to Cheetah Lady, who's running second to last. And after breaking well enough, Yummy Yummy Bella now trails. 24.14 lead seconds as they go past the half-mile pole. And it's Bella Alessia who dictates terms to Stenson Statins. Cameo Rose 3 deep uncovered as they turn again. Then toward the inside is On Task running in fourth. Love Music trying to sustain a bid from fifth with Evan Roman. Then Cheetah Lady, and the trailer remains Yummy Yummy Bella. Half mile in 49.59 seconds, inside 3 to go. It's Bella Alessia narrowly at 21-1. Stenson Statins now on even terms there for Vincent Chamonix. Stenson Statins and Bella Alessia coming past the quarter pole, and Cheetah Lady is circling them for Joe Ramos. Here's Cheetah Lady as these maiden fillies come for home. Cheetah Lady's taking command. 3/4 in just over 1:15 seconds. Cheetah Lady going for the final furlong with a 4-length lead. Bella Alessia, Yummy Yummy Bella's routing from out of the backfield, and on the outside is On Task, but it's Cheetah Lady near home. On Task is now second, Yummy Yummy Bella third, Bella Alessia is fourth, Cameo Rose is next. It's Cheetah Lady and Joe Ramos with a hat trick of wins on the card. Cheetah Lady wins by 5 from On Task, Yummy Yummy Bella, then comes the fifth. They're in the
It's a hat trick for jockey Joe Ramos. That 5-wide sweeping move has paid dividends today in those route races for Joe Ramos. Gets his third victory through the first 5 races. We're now 8 minutes away from race number 6 in here on a wet, fast track. No longer sloppy, on a wet, fast track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This one on the wet, fast track. 6 furlongs going to be the distance. Scratch numbers 1 and 5 out of this event. While I do recognize and acknowledge Decree and Declare as strictly the horse to beat, I'd like to draw your attention to some others in here, some horses that may be overlooked and certainly deserve a long shot opportunity in here. How about the red hot Joe Ramos aboard my top selection, Melody Sanza for Richard Estabanco. A 3-year-old filly by Spun to Run is 0 for 7, approaching that career maiden status. However, I've been fairly impressed with the 2 moves on the dirt here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Raced April 16th and was running on okay in the lane. Went off at 19 to 1 and ran second. Beat home 11 other horses that day in a strung out field, and then came back here May 7th and ran 4th. Was beaten for speed. Actually showed a new dimension. Showed a ton of speed. Closed up the rail and stayed on evenly. And galloped out willingly. Now, if you're looking at the jockeys, there's been a jockey change. Joe Ramos is going to be aboard versus Yarmarie Correa, so that is always a good sign as well. You've got a rider who doesn't get all that many mounts, and now mixing in with a 20% rider who happens to be red hot is always a good sign as well. So certainly some upside with this one at 8 to 1. The 3 is also a long shot, Tanganyika. Jeff Greenhill gets Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and Greenhill doesn't tap the shoulder of high percentage winning riders unless there's something going in the right direction. This one must have been showing something in the mornings that could be awfully live. 15 to 1 morning line, currently 25 to 1 on the board. A long shot in here because all of that money is going in on the 8 at this time. I'm a big fan of the Greenhill team, and I'm hopeful they get the job done in here with this 3-year-old filly who's got some excellent breeding. You can draw a line through that lone start at Turfway Park. Should be much more fit and much more prepared today for her second career start. The 4 is Crystal Frost. How about Brittany Vandenberg and Chris Amy? They win races not only here, but around the country. Locally, they win at 18%, and they do a very good job here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This one broke slow, really never had a chance last race, April 22nd. It was a racetrack that was catering heavily to speed. They broke slow, then they checked, steadied actually all throughout the turn, and I thought finished up admirably. So draw a line through that last race. That was with Barbosa aboard. You get Chris Amy aboard today. Crystal Frost certainly ran better than it looked last time out. Second time going out for Brittany Vandenberg, a high percentage outfit, and a horse who had a lot of trouble last time out. 16 to 1. Everyone's a huge overlay because the bettors are telling you that Decree and Declare cannot lose. The 8 is strictly the horse to beat, but for me, not the horse to bet. You can have your 2 to 5 all the way to the window with the Juddmonte Silks. We'll see if Fernando de la Cruz can get the chalk home to score, but I'm hoping for some long shots galore in the upcoming 6th at the Shoe.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 6th race. Maiden 3-year-old fillies dash over the 6 furlongs. They field of 7. Scratch 1, Greeley's Gold, and 5 Proud Words. Scratch the 1 and number 5. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. 10-cent Pentafecta, Double Pick 3. Due in 2 minutes time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for this maiden 3-year-old fillies dash. Wet fast track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Milady Sansa. Joe Ramos already with a hat trick of wins on the card. Evan Roman with High Summer has joined Milady Sansa. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Tanganyika. Tanganyika coming up. Sando Sanjor with Low Moon loading. Low Moon, Brenton Wells, still waiting for Tanganyika. Tanganyika's gone all in. Up comes the favorite at 2-5. Fernando de la Cruz with Decree and Declare. 3 times started in New York. Chris Amy with Crystal Frost. And 6 furlongs here on this wet, fast track, so stand by. One more, Gustin Gomez with Lauren's Dream, making her bow, all in mind. Started to a spot. Ready. Starter Ray Kuick has the trigger. The Rolfin sprinting. Decree and Declare was fast away, headed by High Summer, who's making a dash forward for Evan Roman. High Summer to the top. Right there, Decree and Declare. Green with a pink sash and cap who's vying for second, along with Low Moon. And nearest the inside is Crystal Frost, this leading quartet, with Lauren's Dream. 5th on the far outside, that newcomer going past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 3 more to the trailers. Tanganyika, Milady Sansa has dropped back to last. They enter the far turn. High Summer leads them through a quarter in 23.15 seconds. Decree and Declare chases the pace. It's High Summer as they round the far turn. Inside 3 to go from Decree and Declare, who pursues with to the inside Low Moon running in 3rd by 2. Lauren's Dream 4th racing wide as these maiden 3-year-old fillies turn for home. And then comes Milady Sansa. Crystal Forced showed speed but has dropped back. Crystal Forced, and then finally Tanganyika. Top of the lane, half mile in 46.96 seconds. There's 1 furlong to go for High Summer, who leads here by 3 to Decree and Declare. Low Moon toward the inside, Lauren's Dream, and Milady Sansa is mounting a late charge. They're near home. Decree and Declare trying to get up for Fernando de la Cruz. Decree and Declare surges. Decree and Declare. High Summer denied by Decree and Declare. Milady Sansa, Lauren's Dream, and Low Moon was after that. Photo finish, 113.55 after the maiden filly sprint. Photograph. It was 3-5 on Decree and Declare. High Summer led, Decree and Declare. Right on the money, Fernando de la Cruz for Brad Cox, a Judmont win at 3-5. Hold all tickets until official, standing by for the judge's verdict. Eight, 6, 2, 9, 7 after the maiden 8. Decree and Declare first. 6 High Summer. 4-1 denied. 2 Milady Sansa. 2-1 third. Nearest at the finish. 9 Lauren's Dream. 34-1 fourth. Even run for that newcomer. And 7 Low Moon getting into the Pentafecta. 8, 6, 2, 9, 7. The result of the 6th race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Decree and Declare with Fernando de la Cruz. Decree and Declare is a 3-year-old bay filly by Honest Mischief. Out of the Tabazar mare, Winsanity. Bred in Kentucky by Cypress Creek Equine LLC. Brad Cox trains for Juddmonte. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Decree and Declare. Out to the maiden fillies ranks. $3.40 to win. Got up on the line. The 8-6 exacta. After the win photograph, paid $10.40, 50-cent trifecta. 8-6-2, $3.45. 12-8 double, $11.40. 10-cent superfecta coming back. A couple of bucks and 84 cents. 50-cent pick 3, $19 and change. 10-cent pentafecta, $8.58. In the maiden 3-year-old fillies dash, the 1 and 5 were non-runners. Favorite first, Got Up. 7 for starter Ray Kuick. 113.55, wet fast. On to the 7th we go. 21 minutes away. Off the turf. Race 7 on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, La Scalinetta. 5, Pearl Magic. 6, Meet in Secret. Take out the 7, Whoppin'. The 9, Taco Cat Backwards, which is Taco Cat Backwards. Take out the 10, Shoat. 11, Title Tactics. And the 13, Mac to More. Main track, 1 mile and 70 yards. No superfecta. No pentafecta. Scratch numbers 1, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and the number 13. Exacta, trifecta, double, final pick 3 of the day featured. 5:18, post time. The Rolfin sprinting. Decree and Declare was fast away, headed by High Summer, who's making a dash for it for Evan Roman. High Summer to the top. Right there, Decree and Declare. Green with a pink sash and cap was vying for second, along with Low Moon. And nearest the inside is Crystal Frost, this leading quartet, with Lauren's Dream fifth on the far outside. That newcomer going past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 3 more to the trailers. Tanganyika, Milady Sansa has dropped back to last. They enter the far turn. High Summer leads them through a quarter in 23.15 seconds. Decree and Declare chases the pace. It's High Summer as they round the far turn. Inside 3 to go from Decree and Declare, who pursues with to the inside Low Moon running in third by 2. Lauren's Dream fourth, racing wide as these maiden 3-year-old fillies turn for home. And then comes Milady Sansa. Crystal Forced showed speed but has dropped back Crystal Forced. And then finally Tanganyika. Top of the lane, half mile in 46.96 seconds. There's 1 furlong to go for High Summer, who leads here by 3 to Decree and Declare. Low Moon toward the inside, Lauren's Dream and Milady Sansa is mounting a late charge. They're near home. Decree and Declare trying to get up for Fernando de la Cruz. Decree and Declare surges. Decree and Declare. High Summer denied by Decree and Declare.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Minutes to race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ramos with a triple, and that last race gives Fernando de la Cruz a riding double on the card here for Wednesday. Going into tomorrow, it's definitely neck and neck there for Ramos and Fernando. I know Burgess, he won a race today. He's up there, so definitely keeping an eye on the standings. Let's look at this race, which was it was a true turf race, so it's kind of hard to find what we're going to go with here. I'm just going to tell you who's in. The 2, 3, 4, 8, and 12 are in. And I had to switch things up a little bit. I thought maybe the MTO or the also eligible was going to be a good one, but I'm going to go with the 4 here on top. Spanker Boom. 4 is 2-1 right now. I just think the 8 and the 12, they're classy, but just really, really turf. To find a horse in this field who has ran on the dirt, it's obvious now the way this has gone that this 3-year-old filly by Mendelssohn is the one to go with. She has ran on and off track before, didn't do much. She was even 4th on the slop last time here, coming from Oaklawn. And the thing also that I like, other than the dirt form, is that she's dropping down from allowance optional claiming 75. That's obvious, and has early speed. Definitely want to watch the horses that get loose on the lead. Raylu comes in to ride. Johnny Ortiz, both Raylu and Johnny are just both 2 of my favorite people in the world, let alone just racing. They're just wonderful guys and super nice and talented gentlemen. Love working with them and hanging out with them. But yeah, the early speed, the drop down in class, the fact that this horse has ran on and off track before, we'll just see if we can't get her to the lead and get her to hold on. We're fast right now, no rain. It's been drying out nicely. We got a couple more races to go, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to put the 8 in there in this race. Now, it is a claiming for 30, and boy, does the 8 look good. Got a couple walking her. She's obviously a little feisty redhead, obviously, which is typical of Chestnuts. Got to kind of get her saddle on in the walk there. Sweet Voyage, Mitchell Merle. He's aboard here for Jeff Hiles, and he's had a double this week. Mitchell heating up. This one's the question mark. Man, this is a turf horse. This horse has ran on poly. This horse has ran on turf. This horse has never ran on dirt or wet dirt. So it's going to be interesting to see. But this is my thought process here from what's left. I think this one's going to be in contention in this race. She likes 2 turns. She broke the maiden at maiden claiming for 30. Then she's been in some tougher races and allowances. She was in a claiming for 50 at Churchill on the grass going long. I think the maiden claiming for 30 is kind of the class that we need to be at. And she's in a 3-year-old up claiming for 30 here. So Sweet Voyage is who I'm going to put in my exacta. But this is just, it's so hard to do when a race like this comes off the turf. Evelyn Louise. The 12 is 3-1. So, I mean, the betting public kind of agrees with my picks, but right now the 8's the even money favorite. But I'm going to throw the 12 in here. Evelyn Louise and Marcelino Pedroza aboard for Victoria Oliver, a 3-year-old filly who's making her 7th lifetime start. She just broke the maiden last time out. And talk about a girl who can come from off the pace. She was, is usually pretty far back when she makes a run at it. And I think that might be the case today. However, it has been holding up that it's been early speed. We'll see what happens with a race changing up like this. But bullet work on May 20th at Keeneland on the Poly 4 furlongs, 49 straight looked good. She put in another work after that April 17th start at Keeneland. In May 7th and May 14th. And they've all been pretty good, actually, distance and time-wise. So we'll see what she does first time with winners. But again, I was just talking about it with a couple of trainers over there. This 8 and this 12 are really just turf. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do on the dirt. But I'm rooting here for Ray and Johnny, the 4, Spanker Boom. Also just a cool name, and 4 is my lucky number. And in a race that got changed so much, sometimes you got to go with what works. 6 minutes to race 7. Good luck.
The horses call posted now for the 7th race. This one of 3 taken off the turf course. All main track card here. Wet Fast. 3 minutes away from post time. 1 mile and 70 yards the new distance here. 1 mile 70 yards. If you the 5. Scratch 1 La Scalinetta. 5 Pearl Magic. 6 Meet in Secret. Take out the 7. What happened? 9 Taco Cat Backwards has been withdrawn. Scratch 10. Shot 11. Title Tactics and 13 Mac to More. No Superfecta. No Pentafecta wagers for that matter. Scratch 1 5, 6 7, 9 10, 11, and the number 13. Exacta Trifecta, double final pick 3 of the day, parading with 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. The fillies going in, signing. Joe Ramos running for a grand slam on the card. There's 1-3. Walter Rodriguez, Greenwich Pike has joined the Constitution filly signing here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Now Relu Gutierrez with Spanker Boom. Sweet Voyage, now 6-5 favorite, 7-5 Spanker Boom, who joined up. 5-2 Evelyn Louise. Mitch Morrow with Sweet Voyage. And one more, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Evelyn Louise to make up the 5 at 1 mile and 70 yards. Wet fast track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off. Spanker Boom broke alertly. Spanker Boom going to the front straight away for Relu Gutierrez. Right there on the outside is Evelyn Louise with the green cap, Sweet Voyage. And then we come back here in the early stages to Greenwich Pike, and signing his last of the 5 with 7 furlongs to run. So it's Spanker Boom staying off the inside parts of the track. On the outside, Sweet Voyage. The Black by Racehorse Silks in pursuit of Spanker Boom at the 6.5. In the meantime, Evelyn Louise comes up the rail while racing 2 clear from Greenwich Pike, who's running in 4th and signing his last of the quintet. Opening quarter, 24.92 seconds, Spanker Boom. So Spanker Boom dictates the field with Sweet Voyage right there with the front runner, Spanker Boom. Spanker Boom, Sweet Voyage, 1-2. Evelyn Louise, a ground-saving 3rd for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On the outside, signing up into 4th for Joe Ramos, and under the hands of Walter Rodriguez, Greenwich Pike remains now last of the 5 fillies, half mile and 49.78. So Spanker Boom, steady as she goes to 3 furlongs out. Spanker Boom leads by a length and a half to Sweet Voyage, and Evelyn Louise now vying for that position. Spanker Boom through the far turn. Sweet Voyage, Evelyn Louise toward the inside. A break of 5 more to Greenwich Pike, and signing has dropped back to last. They come past the quarter pole, 3 quarters in 1 minute 14.47 seconds. It's Spanker Boom. Into the stretch, Spanker Boom leads. Sweet Voyage needs the lift and a furlong to do so. It's Spanker Boom who's still finding for Relu. Spanker Boom is keeping Evelyn Louise and Sweet Voyage at bay. Spanker Boom. Then Greenwich Pike, and signing well beaten. Spanker Boom, wire to wire. 1/4. Second photo, Sweet Voyage with Evelyn Louise, and those 2 fillies were well clear. .144.07 after the fillies 1 mile and 70-yard run in race 7 for Spanker Boom. Even Money, co-favorite, was first. Seconds of photo, Sweet Voyage with Evelyn Louise. We trail back to Greenwich Pike and signing. And those were the 5. Spanker Boom, Mendelssohn filly, Relu Gutierrez for Johnny Ortiz. And Even Money wires them. Your attention, please. There's been a jockey's claim of foul lodged on the first turn. Jockey's foul claim, Mitchell Murrow on 8 Sweet Voyage, the second place filly. Rider of the 8 has claimed foul against Raylu Gutierrez on 4 Spanker Boom, alleging interference on the first turn. This is a jockey's objection, 8 against the 4. Retain all wagers on race 7. No changes will be made to the running order. That jockey's objection lodged on the first turn has been disallowed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. Not enough evidence in support of that foul claim. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle is the 4 Spanker Boom and the winning rider, Raylu Gutierrez. Spanker Boom is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Mendelssohn. Out of the Cape Blanco mare, Spanker. Bred in Kentucky by H. Ellen Poindexter. Johnny Ortiz trains for winning breeder and owner, Poindexter Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Spanker Boom and a wire job. The result of race 7 now official. It's been confirmed by the judges. 4-8-12-3. 4-8 exacta paid $7.60. There was no superfecta nor pentafecta wagering featured. Pick 3, $8.75. Evelyn Louise ran third. 50-cent trifecta, 4-8-12, coming back $3.35. 8-4 double, $10.60. 144.07 wet fast. On to race 8 we go. One of those 3 taken off the turf course. Race 8 will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Wet fast. Scratch 1 vaccinator. 4 9 questions. 5 Son of a Gray. Take out the 7 Battle of Britain. And 14 Waylon Richard has also been withdrawn by the Catman. It's off the turf. Scratch 1 4. 5 7 and the number 14. 13 Finn and Brennan draws in. Finn and Brennan, the 13, will run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10 cent pentafecta. Starts at a late double. 9th race to close the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Wet fast, no wind. 9th race, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Afterburner Z, the 12T Killa, and 13 WRS Prize Penny. 9th and final there, scratch the also eligibles. 11, 12, and the 13. Post time 5:51. They're in the gate. They're off. Spanker Boom. Broke alertly. Spanker Boom going to the front straight away for Raylu Gutierrez. Right there on the outside is Evelyn Louise with the green cap. Sweet Voyage. And then we come back here in the early stages to Greenwich Pike, and signing his last of the 5 with 7 furlongs to run. So it's Spanker Boom staying off the inside parts of the track. On the outside, Sweet Voyage. The Black by Racehorse Silks in pursuit of Spanker Boom at the 6.5. In the meantime, Evelyn Louise comes up the rail while racing 2 clear from Greenwich Pike, who's running in 4th and signing his last of the quintet. Opening quarter, 24.92 seconds, Spanker Boom. So Spanker Boom dictates the field with Sweet Voyage right there with the front runner, Spanker Boom. Spanker Boom, Sweet Voyage, 1-2. Evelyn Louise, a ground-saving 3rd for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. On the outside, signing up into 4th for Joe Ramos, and under the hands of Walter Rodriguez, Greenwich Pike remains now last of the 5 fillies, half mile in 49.78. So Spanker Boom, steady as she goes to 3 furlongs out. Spanker Boom leads by a length and a half to Sweet Voyage, and Evelyn Louise now vying for that position. Spanker Boom through the far turn. Sweet Voyage, Evelyn Louise toward the inside. A break of 5 more to Greenwich Pike, and signing has dropped back to last. They come past the quarter pole, 3 quarters in 1 minute 14.47 seconds. It's Spanker Boom. Into the stretch, Spanker Boom leads. Sweet Voyage needs the lift and a furlong to do so. It's Spanker Boom who's still finding for Raylu. Spanker Boom is keeping Evelyn Louise and Sweet Voyage at bay. Spanker Boom. Then Greenwich Pike, and signing well beaten, Spanker Boom, wire to wire. 1 by 4. Second photo, Sweet Voyage with Evelyn Louise. They're in the gate.
Welcome back here to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we have reached the late daily double. One thoroughbred, one quarter horse does remain. This one originally carded for 1 mile on the turf course, but will now be 1 mile on the wet, fast dirt track. We'll see if we can't get back on that turf course for Thursday racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But with the surface change, we did scratch out the 1, 4, 5, 7, and 14. Do note your 13 will run. I'm going to go to the inside for the top selection in here with Out of the Clouds for Ray Paquette, as he owns and trains Out of the Clouds. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be in the saddle for this good-looking fella in here. As Paquette did enter in 2 originally. He also had the 1 Vaccinator who looked much more live on the turf, but if anyone is upgraded on the main track, it is certainly Out of the Clouds, who is set to make the turf debut today, but will stay in on the main track in here. That lone win did come under the guidance and conditioning of Steve Asmussen on the synthetic, but the dirt has been fairly good to Out of the Clouds. In fact, last time out ran against allowance competition, only a field of 6 in a similar off-turf event, went off at 26-1 in lucency, did win that race and actually exited that race to come back and win yet again. So certainly a live race, ran 3rd, beaten by a length and a 4th, and had a sneaky amount of trouble in that race. It may have been a small field, but was in fairly tight and had to kind of take back and lost action a little bit. $12,500 seems like a fair price for a horse they claim for $7,500. Looking to get through this non-winners of 2 condition fairly quickly, and I think will be even more fit today. Second time around 2 turns, 3rd start off the layoff. Oftentimes in the pattern, the 3rd start off that layoff is the best one to fire fresh, and I think they will do just that. With Out of the Clouds for the trainer who owns and trains with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., calling the shots down on the inside. Certainly looks good down here in the walking ring, but they're going to have to deal with your outside runner, and that is your also eligible who draws in Finn and Brennan for Cipriano Contreras and Manny Esquivel. They tabbed this one off of La Penta and Matacat Stables with Brad Cox. Always challenging to claim off of good owners that win at a very high percentage or high percentage trainers. So it is a tall task, and unfortunately for them, when they dropped the $30,000 slip, they also lost the maiden condition as well. But it was expected that day. They went off at even money. I don't think they cared. They wanted Finn and Brennan. I'm sure they did not want the 2-year layoff that followed. Hadn't been seen since December 22nd of 2023. Did return here April 23rd. Didn't take much love at the wagering window, 7-2, which was a long shot price in a 5-horse field. And I thought was allowed to settle and kind of relax off the top 3. Came with a decent run midway through the turn, but couldn't close in as Frere Newton turned it into a 1-horse race and really never looked back. Finn and Brennan gets a ton of class relief in here today and has recently been gelded. We'll see if the second start off that 2-year layoff makes a big difference. And here, 7-2 on the board, but the 12 could be the one to catch to cash in here. How about Gagliardi? A sneaky player in this spot, 5-1 right now on the board. Luis Contreras teaming up with Tiana Richardville in here. This 4-year-old by Omaha Beach has 1 win from 13 starts. That lone win came on the synthetic. It's a common trend here in a race where they all wanted to be on that turf course. Likes to be on the lead. The last 2 starts were on the main track. Showed good speed, kind of gave way. Had to duel last time out through some very fast fractions. I think they're going to be quick enough to clear. They're drawn to the outside, so if someone does want to go very quickly up front, Gagliardi can likely sit just off their flank. Probably a horse who doesn't need the lead, but maybe his best running has been on the lead. It looks like his lone win was in front-running fashion. And I think Gagliardi on the stretch out today certainly deserves a long look, especially if they're going to continue to allow this horse to linger up near 6-1 for Tiana Richardville in here. A wide-open betting board, a great betting race. Maybe off the turf, might have a few scratches, but there is some value to be had in here. Your current favorite in very lukewarm fashion is your inside runner Out of the Clouds at 3-1. The daily double starts off with a juicy one before we give way to the talented and age-defying Martha Clausen in the 9th. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This 103, take it off the turf course. Main track wet fast at Bum Island, 70 yards, a field of 9. Parading scratch 1 Vaccinator for 9 questions. Take out 5 Son of a Gray, 7 Battle of Britain, and the 14 Waylon Richard. Scratch 1-4, 5-7, and the number 14. No rider changes. There was a reported overweight. The 3 Thundering Heart add 1 pound to the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta starts with a late double. 9th race again closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dasher with a 250. Wet fast, no wind. 9th race scratch the also eligibles. 11 Afterburner Z, 12 Tequila, and 13 WRS prize money. No rider changes in the finale. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Out of the Clouds. Rodney Prescott, Snow King going in. Out of the Clouds in the pink has joined Snow King. War Department calling. Again, Joe Ramos already with a hat trick of wins on the card. Now Felix Ostadillo with Thundering Heart. Thundering Heart facing up to the gate at 14-1 odds. Out to the Clouds, 8-5 favorite. Juan Machado with Only the Good. Alberto Burgos, Permit to Carry went in well. Javier Patron Barcenas with Gucci Man. Luis Contreras, Gagliardi went in okay. Gucci Man joins up at 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Manny Esquivel with Finn and Brennan. There in the gate. And they're off. Permit to Carry. Gucci Man going for an early run. Thundering Heart is right there as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Thundering Heart and Gucci Man vying for it, with Permit to Carry running in third. Gagliardi out to the four-path, and the black cap of Finn and Brennan covering a lot of ground. In the meantime, saving ground is Out to the Clouds in the pink silks, who settles back some 6 lengths off these leaders as they go to the back of this wet fast track. War Department calling is running second to last, and Only the Good trails. 23.93 for the first couple of furlongs, racing up the back. And it's Gucci Man who's taking a short lead. Gucci Man joined at both sides by Thundering Heart with the rail, and Gagliardi is forcing the issue. For the run to the half-mile pole, Finn and Brennan is running a wide fourth. Then comes the Gray Snow King in fifth. Out of the Clouds is running in sixth. Permit to Carry in seventh. Then War Department calling is second to last past the half-mile pole, and Only the Good yet to pick up. Half-mile in 48.16 seconds as they turn again. Thundering Heart just leads here for Felix Ostadillo. Thundering Heart, the 22-1 target as Gagliardi's on the move. Gucci Man being driven to keep that spot between horses as they line up for the quarter pole. Finn and Brennan running a big one for Manny Esquivel. Finn and Brennan is looking to circle them, and Out to the Clouds is also gaining ground. Top of the stretch, 3/4, 1 minute 13.15 seconds. It is Finn and Brennan who led, but overpowered by Out to the Clouds, who's storming here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Out to the Clouds has taken the lead past the 8th pole, and Out to the Clouds is slipping away from Finn and Brennan with Gucci Man toward the inside, third and staying on. It's Out to the Clouds under wraps near home. Out to the Clouds won nicely by a half dozen lengths. Gucci Man second in a game effort. Finn and Brennan loomed was third across, then Snow King and Thundering Heart. Just a tick over 144 for the 1 mile and 70 yards on a wet fast track. 2 Out to the Clouds, 6-5, easily the best, 144.01. The judges calling for a place photo. Then stand by for the 4th and 5th for the Pentafecta. Out to the clouds. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. gets the 6-5 favorite home for Ray Paquette III. The judges have posted second, number 8, Gucci Man at 10-1. That was a game effort. The runner-up to Out of the Clouds. Third, number 13, Finn and Brennan at 7-2. 9, Snow King at 8-1 for the Superfecta. And 3, Thundering Heart at 22-1 odds for the Pentafecta. 2, 8, 13, 9 runs fourth, 3, Thundering Heart fifth. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle comes to 2, Out to the Clouds. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with a pink rally cap on. Out to the Clouds is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Union Rags. Out of the Macho Uno mare, Hot Rendezvous. Brennan, Kentucky by Nursery Place and Partners, owned and trained by Ray Paquette III. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Out to the Clouds was the 6-5 favorite. Race 8 of 9 official. The 2-8 exacta paid $35.60. 50-cent trifecta, $39.85. The 4-2 double, $14.80. $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba paid $53.50. Snow King fourth, the 10-cent superfecta. 2-8, 13-9 paid $34.77. 50-cent pick 3, $7.95. 50-cent late pick 5, $159.05. 10-cent pentafecta, $263 and change. Thundering Heart ran 5th for the pentafecta, 2-8, 13-9, 3 for the pentafecta. There's that result, $263 and the 4 pennies. Race 8, 1 of 3 off the turf course. Wet fast track. 1, 4, 5, 7 of the 14 with the non-runners. Favorite was first. 9 face starter Rank Kuick. 144.01. Final one. Race 9, quarter horse maiden juvenile dasher with a 250. Went fast, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Afterburner Z, 12 Tequila. The 13 WRS Prize Penny, scratch the also eligibles. No rider changes. The 4 favorite Bandit 2 over. 5 Open a New Corona, 3 pounds over. Number 9 Paint Me Sass. First time Lasix medication. That should be marked in your program L1. First time Lasix for 9 Paint Me Sass. 10 Sydney Jack is 7 over and scratch the also eligibles. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Post time 15 minutes away. Tractors back out on the track here at the shoe. 6:18 revised post time.
Results are in for today's Racing Rachel Warriors contest. Congratulations to Thomas Luther in first place, Judy Norris in second place, and Jerry Anderson in third place. Since Thomas Luther has already qualified to the final, that opens the spot to Judy Norris to qualify for the final. Thank you for being here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and have a great night.
and they're off. Permit to carry. Gucci Man going for an early run. Thundering Heart is right there as they make their way toward the first turn. It's Thundering Heart and Gucci Man vying for it, with Permit to Carry running in third. Gagliardi out to the four-path, and the black cap of Finn and Brennan covering a lot of ground. In the meantime, saving ground is Out to the Clouds of the Pink Silks, who settles back some 6 lengths off these leaders as they go to the back of this wet fast track. War Department Calling is running second to last, and only the Good Trails. 23.93 for the first couple of furlongs, racing up the back. And it's Gucci Man who's taking a short lead. Gucci Man joined at both sides by Thundering Heart with the rail, and Gagliardi is forcing the issue. For the run to the half-mile pole, Finn and Brennan is running a wide fourth. Then comes the Gray Snow King in fifth. Out of the Clouds is running in sixth. Permit to Carry in seventh. Then War Department Calling is second to last past the half-mile pole, and only the Good yet to pick up. Half mile in 48.16 seconds as they turn again. Thundering Heart just leads here for Felix Ostadio. Thundering Heart, the 22-1 target as Gagliardi's on the move. Gucci Man being driven to keep that spot between horses as they line up for the quarter pole. Finn and Brennan running a big one for Manny Esquivel. Finn and Brennan is looking to circle them, and Out to the Clouds is also gaining ground. Top of the stretch, 3/4, 1 minute 13.15 seconds. It is Finn and Brennan who led, but overpowered by Out to the Clouds, who's storming here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Out to the Clouds has taken the lead past the 8th pole, and Out to the Clouds is slipping away from Finn and Brennan with Gucci Man toward the inside, third and staying on. It's Out to the Clouds under wraps near home. Out to the Clouds won nicely by a half dozen lengths. Gucci Man second in a game effort. Finn and Brennan loomed was third across. Then Snow
rain did take us off the turf today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but the show goes on with the quarter horses. We have a nice full field of 2-year-olds that will make their racing debut, $17,000 maiden. We have the scratches of the 11, 12, 13, each of the also eligibles, and the rest of the field will go out and compete at 250 yards. All right, well, we're beginning to see more and more 2-year-olds, which is a wonderful time of year for quarter horse racing. However, the caveat is that it's a little tricky to handicap because we don't have past performances. So all we can really go with is their pedigree, their connections, the people around them, and whether or not they performed well in their training races, which were held over the last couple months here at Horseshoe Indy. So having said that, this first horse that I like pretty much has everything that I mentioned that you could look for in a debuting a juvenile, and that's number 9, Paint Me Sass. He gets first Lasix. Oklahoma-bred filly who debuts for trainer Claudio Barazza. You know how good he is with his young horses. And this filly was purchased by Campos Family Ventures for a nice fee of $130,000 at the Heritage Place yearling sale last September. Obviously, the pedigree is fantastic. She's a daughter of PYC Paint Your Wagon and a half-sister to Jess Walking Through, who won the Dash for Cash Futurity. That was a grade 1 in Texas. And this mare that he's out, this filly's out of a mare that won over $400,000 in her racing career. So obviously very well bred. She prepped for this with a training race score on May 9th at 250 yards in 13.9 seconds. And since we've begun tracking this, the horse is under 14 seconds for 250 yards. Now, they're not a guarantee to win, but they've all shown a lot of talent and ability to run and fire fast. So we'll see how she does. Last year's leading rider, Edgar Diaz, has the call aboard this filly, who I think is going to have a promising career ahead. All right, we're going to go next to and talk about leading quarter horse conditioner, and that's Tim Eggleston. He's got 2 well-bred juveniles in the field, including the horse that I kind of like a little bit more on top, and that's number 10, Sydney Jack. Now, here's a kicker about her pedigree. Her sire, Dulce Sintacha, is the number 1 leading freshman sire in quarter horse racing. We're not just talking Indiana, we're talking all over the country. So far, Dulce Sintacha has actually sired 6 Futurity finalists. 4 or 5 in New Mexico, Ruidoso Downs, 1 in Texas, happened last weekend in trials for the Sam Houston Futurity. That's a very, very, very precocious crop there. And I'll tell you what, you can't say that they're all going to win, but when you've seen those kind of numbers early, you have to be on the lookout for the Dulce Sintachas. Rolando Pena, currently 4th, I think, in the standings, maybe higher. He's a big part of the Tim Eggleston barn, is going to guide this filly from the far outside post. All right, we'll go next to number 2, and that's Leonard. I think like Leonard Skinner, I think, if you look at the spelling of the name. Conditioner Tony Cunningham has won the title last 2 years, and he's got a huge barn this year. Very capable group of horses from 2-year-olds to older horses. So he owns and trains Leonard, son of Valiant Hero, who posted a bullet work, that's a fastest of all times, in the morning, and competed in a training race the next month, April 13th. El Danny Martinez has vaulted to the top of the rider standings. We always have a very competitive jockey colony, but it's great to see him on top. He's been around for a long time, very capable rider. And so he's going to be on top of this Heritage Place yearling sale graduate, number 2, Leonard. I think Leonard will do pretty well today in his debut. All right, now some wonderful Indiana history, courtesy of our ace publicist, Tammy Knox, who puts out notes every day. Some of us are better reading them than us. I'm kidding. No, she does a great job. And she said, trainer Tony Cunningham's second entrant is a horse that we need to take a look at. That's number 5, Open a New Corona. First foal of multiple Indiana Stakes winner on a new note. Okay, this is a horse that performed and won stakes here in the Hoosier State. Owner and breeder Brian Gunder. raced her and now starts a second generation of runners with a new Corona, and he chose Open Meat Corona as the stallion. Open Meat Corona, as I've talked about many times, multiple stakes winner in Louisiana, almost winning $1 million in his career. So that's a nice pedigree, and wonderful that he's bringing back some of his homebreds to Horseshoe, Indiana. He raced in a lot of different districts, but it's nice to see Brian back. So I'm going to go 9, 10, 2, 5. Of course, we have to throw in a long shot for our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, because when you get a long shot involved, especially the higher end, that's why you want to box it. You're going to make some serious money. So my 20 to 1 shot for today recommendation would be number 1, Apolitical Speed. 20 to 1. Also a training race winner here on April 25th. The rail can be a little tricky for firsters, but the connections behind Guadalupe Arevalo, when he teams with jockey Fernando Morin, are like a solid duo, 34% in the money. They work well together, and even though the horse drew the rail, I think you want to take a look in the post parade of number 1. All right, so that's it for today. Good luck to everybody, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow and Thursday, and of course, Saturday, our first of 6 all quarter horse days at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's a loaded card, 12 horses beginning at 10:45, and I'll talk a little bit more about the stakes action in my preview tomorrow. All right, have a good evening, everybody.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 9th race. The finale, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250 yards. A field of 10, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Afterburner Z, 12 Tequila, and 13 WRS Prize Penny. No rider changes. 4 Favorite Bandit, 2 over. 5 Open a New Corona, 3 over. Note 9, Paint Me Sass. First time on Lasix medication. L1. First time Lasix for 9, Paint Me Sass, and 10, Sydney Jack, 7 pounds over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando Morin, Apolitical Speed, uses a flipping halter. First time starter, Apolitical Speed. WRS Cyber Fame facing up to the gate. WRS Cyber Fame has joined Apolitical Speed. Danny Martinez and Leonard coming up. He's a Hawkeye. Now Leonard has gone all in. Remember the Queen went in okay. Now Delray's rolling by you. Edgar Diaz, Paint Me Sass drew 9. Paint Me Sass, she went in well. Delray's rolling by you. Here's Favorite Bandit. Paint Me Sass, even money, the final favorite. 5-2 on Leonard. Sydney Jack now 7-1. 20-1 Favorite Bandit to win the finale over the 250 yards. Just a couple more. Francisco Quintero with Open a New Corona. One more. Yolanda Pena with Sydney Jack. She's going in. Wet fast track at 250 yards. Maiden Juvenile, Thursday post time 2:10. Here comes the last all in. Off the Wednesday finale. And Open a New Corona was sharply away past the 220 toward the inside. Apolitical Speed battles. Here comes a charge from Remember the Queen with Paint Me Sass, who's finishing well. Paint Me Sass. Paint Me Sass surges. Paint Me Sass with Sydney Jack with Remember the Queen and Apolitical Speed across the track. Photo finish after the running of race 9 in the finale. It is a photograph. Hold all bets. Here's the final verdict. 9-10, 8-1, 5 runs fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 9, Paint Me Sass. 6-5 first, 10, Sydney Jack. 7-1 second, Game Effort. 8, Remember to Queen. 9-1 odds third. 1, Apolitical Speed, that newcomer. 20-1 getting into the Superfecta. And 5, Open a New Corona, making her bow. 8-1 fifth, Open a New Corona for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 9-10, 8-1 5, Paint Me Sass. Edgar Diaz for Claudio Barraza. Campos Family Ventures. PYC Paint Your Wagon filly was a $130,000 Heritage Place September yearling buy. Paint Me Sass debuts on top. .357 seconds for that debut win. Wet Fast Track, no wind. 13.357 seconds clocked Paint Me Sass. Race 9 official. Result confirmed by the judges. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle. 9, Paint Me Sass with Edgar Diaz. Clock 13.357 seconds. Paint Me Sass is a 2-year-old bay filly by PYC Paint Your Wagon. Out of the Mr. Jess Perry mare, Jess Sass Me. Bred in Oklahoma by Speed LLC, Claudio Barraza. Trains for Campos Family Ventures LLC. Nice debut that from Paint Me Sass. 13.357. Wins the maiden juvenile to close out the card. Final results in 9-10 exacta after a win photograph. $29 even, 50-cent trifecta paid $28.10. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, $305.18. Open a New Corona ran fifth. 2-9 final double paid $24.80. 10-cent Superfecta, 9-10-8-1, $58.29. Final pick 3 on the card. Paid $24.75, 13.357 seconds. Wet fast, no wind. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card. 9 races on tap tomorrow. Thoroughbred and a quarter horse maiden juvenile finale. Thursday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. All quarter horse card this coming Saturday, the first of the summer. Saturday's all quarter horse card will kick off here bright and early at 10:45 a.m. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. See you tomorrow. Track announcer John Giudoli for now saying good night. Off the Wednesday finale, and Open a New Corona was sharply away past the 220 toward the inside. Apolitical Speed battles. Here comes a charge from Remember to Queen with Paint Me Sass, who's finishing well. Paint Me Sass. Paint Me Sass surges. Paint Me Sass with Sydney Jack with Remember to Queen. I'm 210. Here comes the last all in. Off the Wednesday finale.